The arguments for revolutionary socialism. John Molyneux. 1. What do you mean by socialism? /13 But you can't change human nature. /15 Won't we always need bosses? /17 Don't revolutions mean violence? /18 Under socialism they'd make us all the same. /20 2. How do we get to this new world? /22 Why we don't like Mondays. /23 What is meant by exploitation? /25 What is capital? /26 How capitalism causes crises. /27 Where is history leading? /30 Socialism or barbarism? /32 What puts socialist revolution on the agenda? /34 What we mean by workers' power. /35 3 Getting our ideas right. /38 But socialists are such a tiny minority. /38 Dialectical materialism? What on earth does that mean? /40 Their truth and ours. /42 The point, however, is to change it. /44 Contents 5. 4. Strategies of the system. /46 You socialists would abolish democracy. /46 Isn't the state neutral? /47 Whose law and whose order? /49 So how do they maintain their rule? /51 Divided we fall. /53 5 What do socialists say about? /55 Overpopulation. /55 Religion. /57 War. /59 Terrorism. /61 Class. /63 Crime. /64 The family. /67 6 The shape of the world. /69 Surely we must defend the national interest? /69 What about immigration? /71 So do socialists oppose national liberation movements? /72 What do you mean by unconditional but critical support? /74 What happened in Russia? /76 Is China any different? /78 But isn't a simultaneous world revolution impossible? /80 6 Arguments for revolutionary socialism. 7 The future socialist society. /82 The conquest of political power. /84 Repression and freedom under workers' power. /87 The conquest of economic power. /90 Spreading the revolution. The international dimension. /92 Producing for need towards abundance. /95 The transformation of work. /97 Women's liberation. /99 The end of racism. /102 Learning for the future. /105 From necessity to freedom. /107 8 Strategies for socialism. /110 But we've already got a mass workers' party. /110 Can the Labour Party be changed? /112 Couldn't we do without organization? /114 Do trade unions have a role to play? /116 What about nationalization? /117 What do we mean by revolutionary leadership? /119 Many campaigns, only one war. /121 Why we need a revolutionary party. /123 John Molyneux is a member of the Socialist Workers' Party in Britain and a regular columnist for the weekly paper Socialist Worker. He is the author of Marxism and the Party, Trotsky's Theory of Revolution, and What is the Real Marxist Tradition? Foreword. This small book is made up from a selection of articles from the Teach Yourself Marxism column in Socialist Worker, the weekly paper of the Socialist Workers' Party. The original articles were written in the years 1983 to 86 and are reprinted here without significant alteration. They have, however, been selected, grouped under topics and put as far as possible into a coherent order by Steve Wright and Peter Marsden, to whom thanks are due. Inevitably, given the conditions of production, there is a certain amount of overlap and repetition. The Teach Yourself Marxism column is written with two sorts of people particularly in mind. The first is the thinking worker who is beginning to question his or her situation under capitalism, and who wants to find out about socialism and Marxism to see whether they offer a credible alternative. This reader has a multitude of questions arising from experience, the media, what they were told at school, discussions at work, and so on. The column attempts to answer these questions in as simple and straightforward a way as possible. The second kind of reader is already a committed and active revolutionary socialist. To be a revolutionary activist is to be a permanent persuader, someone who at work, at union meetings and political meetings, on picket lines and in the pub gets involved in discussion and debate on everything from the latest strike to the role of US imperialism or what went wrong in Russia. In all these discussions, the revolutionary socialist has to strive to counter the capitalist system of ideas that dominates. Forward 9. People's thinking, and to put across the socialist, Marxist, point of view. The column aims to assist in this, to provide, again as straightforwardly as possible, some of the arguments the activist needs to have at his or her fingertips. Not surprisingly, arguments for revolutionary socialism has similar audiences in view and similar purposes. In addition, this book hopes to provide an introduction to most of the main ideas of Marxist theory. It is worth pointing out that virtually every argument put forward in these pages is a compressed version of a longer, more developed and substantiated case to be found elsewhere. For example, the section on exploitation in Chapter 2 is a condensation of the theory of surplus value to be found in Marx's Capital, or more accessibly in his pamphlet Wage, Labor and Capital, while the Marxist view of terrorism outlined in Chapter 5 is stated more fully in Leon Trotsky's Against Individual Terrorism. The interested reader is strongly urged to follow up as many such leads as possible. See our suggested reading list at the end of the book. As an introduction to Marxism, this work is one of many. It cannot claim any special merit except, perhaps, 1. The majority of commentaries on Marxism treat it as a more or less interesting academic interpretation of the world. This was not at all what its founder intended. Marx produced Marxism not for the university professor and the lecture hall, but for the worker and the factory floor. It is there, a system of ideas for use in all the discussions and battles, large and small, whose sum total constitutes the struggle of the working class for freedom and socialism. Hopefully, arguments for revolutionary socialism makes this, at least, clear. Finally, I would like to dedicate this work to Kevin Murphy, a fine friend and comrade for over 15 years and one of the best arguers for revolutionary socialism I know. John Molyneux, February 1987. Chapter 1. What do you mean by socialism? Most people's ideas of what socialism would be like are dominated by the Stalinist tyranny in Russia or the experiences of labor or other left-wing governments. That is, they view socialism as either the control of all social life by a bureaucratic and oppressive state or as the status quo modified by a few reforms and somewhat more state intervention. In the face of these uninspiring alternatives, it is tempting to embark on a detailed account of how life would be organized in a genuinely socialist society. In fact, Marxists, beginning with Marx himself, have resisted the temptation to draw up a blueprint for socialism as pointless and misleading. If the future society is to be truly socialist, then its details can be decided only by the workers who build it. Consequently, Marxists have limited themselves to the statement of certain general principles which could be scientifically derived from the study of trends and forces at work under capitalism. These principles clearly differentiate the Marxist conception of socialism from its Stalinist and reformist corruptions. For Marxists, the fundamental aim of socialism is the creation of a classless society. This is not a single act but a lengthy social process which begins under capitalism. Its starting point is the tendency of capitalism to develop the forces of production. Secondly, capitalism produces its own gravedigger, the working class, which grows with the growth of capital. The first step, the decisive breakthrough to socialism, comes with the conquest of political power by the working class, that is, with the destruction of the capitalist state apparatus and the establishment of a workers' state, what Marx called the dictatorship of the proletariat. By this he meant not a dictatorship over the working class but the direction of society by the working class itself. Looking at the Paris Commune of 1871, Marx specified mechanisms through which this could be achieved: the replacement of the parliamentary talk shop by a working body, the election and recallability of all state officials, no official to earn more than a skilled worker's wage, abolition of the standing army and formation of a workers' militia. The Russian Revolution showed us the organizational form of workers' power, the Soviet or Workers' Council, which arises directly from working class struggle. Following the consolidation of its state power and the defeat of the inevitable capitalist attempts at counter-revolution, the working class has to secure the transition to a fully socialist, classless society. The working class will use its power to take all important industries and businesses into social ownership and place them under workers' control. All the working population will be drawn into administering the new society. This will make democratic planning of the economy possible, ensuring an enormous growth in the wealth of society and that this growth serves people's needs. It will liberate women by establishing their complete legal equality and by socializing the burden of housework and child care so that this formal equality becomes reality. It will free society from the stains of racial, sexual, and national bigotry. It will use the enormous advances of modern science and technology to eliminate the dangers and drudgery of work. It will systematically reduce the working week and simultaneously raise the educational and cultural level of the people. This will pave the way for the disappearance of any group of privileged experts and for overcoming the divisions between mental and manual labor. It will steadily widen the range of goods and services available free of charge, a process leading to the disappearance of money and to distribution on the principle, each according to their needs. All this must be done in conjunction with spreading the revolution internationally. We know from the Russian 14. Experience that the transition to socialism cannot be completed in one country. Once this has been achieved and capitalism has been destroyed worldwide, the immense resources of our planet will be harnessed for the people's needs. The state will wither away for lack of anyone to repress or privilege to protect. A new epoch of human history will open, the epoch of real freedom for a united humanity. But you can't change human nature, so what is the most common objection to this vision of socialism? Socialism will never work, you can't change human nature. Before answering this point directly, it's worth noting just how this argument is used. Whenever conservatives are confronted with protests against exploitation and oppression, they always turn to the human nature argument. War. Well, it's human nature to fight. Racism. It's human nature to fear outsiders and people who are different. The oppression of women? Human nature again, men and women are naturally different. Slavery, too, was once supposed to be a product of human nature. It was the nature of blacks, it was said, to be slaves. The same with feudalism, and usually God was brought in to back up the argument. Remember the words of the hymn, "The rich man in his castle, the poor man at his gate, God made them high and lowly and ordered their estate." It was the God-given nature of some people to be lords and others to be serfs. Human nature, God-given, or otherwise, has always been the favorite alibi of the oppressors. But what is this unchanging human nature supposed to be? Clearly human beings do have certain more or less fixed and permanent needs. To survive at all they need air, food, drink, shelter, and so on. They also have sexual and emotional needs. To live humanly, rather than just exist, they need social contact, affection, love, and a measure of freedom. However, none of these features of human nature will cause the slightest problems for socialism. On the contrary, socialism will meet these permanent human needs immeasurably better. 15. Than capitalism or any other previous form of society. But of course this is not what people mean when they bring up the question of human nature. They mean that human beings are naturally selfish and greedy, and this will make a society of solidarity and equality impossible. Again, it is important to know the source of this idea. It comes from the Christian doctrine of original sin and has no scientific basis whatsoever. In fact, even in our present society it's not difficult to observe numerous acts of kindness, generosity, and self-sacrifice which would be impossible if people were selfish by nature. But under capitalism these features of the human personality are obscured because a society based on production for profit encourages greed, indeed demands it, at every turn. More generally, the point is that it is the material social conditions in which people live that shape their personality and behavior. As Marx put it, human nature is nothing but the ensemble of social relations. The proof of this is seen in the enormous differences in what people in different societies have thought of as natural. To the American Indian, private ownership of land was unnatural. To the 18th century landowner it was the most basic human right. To the ancient Greeks, homosexuality was the highest form of love. To the Victorian Englishman it was the lowest. To the traditional Hindu, arranged marriage has been the norm for centuries. To most Westerners it now seems unnatural. Change the social conditions and you change human nature. Even more important is Marx's point that it is not just that changed circumstances produce changed people, but that people change in the process of changing their circumstances. You can see this in an ordinary strike. Most strikes begin because workers want more money. But as the strike goes on, feelings of solidarity and collective pride often grow and become just as important as the original issue. Revolution is a strike writ large. In a revolution, millions of people stand up for the first time and take control of their society. Their human nature will grow accordingly. Revolution is necessary, wrote Marx, not only because the ruling class cannot be overthrown in any other way, but also because the class overthrowing it can only in a revolution succeed in ridding itself of all the muck of ages and become fitted to found society anew. 16. Won't we always need bosses? Workers' control? It would never work. Workers are too stupid to run industry. Someone always has to be boss. This familiar objection to the very basis of socialism contains a mixture of elements. In large part it is just anti-working class prejudice of the kind that is widespread in the middle class, almost universal in the ruling class, and unfortunately not unknown in the working class itself. But it also points to a real problem, not an insoluble problem, but a problem nevertheless. First, let's deal with the prejudice. The fact is that most workers as individuals, and even more so as a collective, know far more about the immediate process of production than does the management hierarchy above them. After all, it is they who actually do the work. The main function of foremen, supervisors, managers, and such is not to tell workers how to do the job, but to ensure that they do it. They are necessary for the simple reason that in a system based on exploitation, workers have an entirely reasonable inclination to do as little alienated labor as possible. Many of the other special skills of management, advertising, marketing, winning contracts by wining and dining other executives, devising productivity schemes, handling strikes and disputes and so on, flow from the requirements of production organized on a capitalist basis. In a socialist society, these special skills would become as redundant as medieval justing is now. It must also be remembered that much of the knowledge required for running industry that workers lack has nothing whatsoever to do with their lack of ability. It is simply kept secret from them because employers think rightly that it wouldn't be safe for trade unionists, shop stewards, and others to know what is going on. The main obstacle to workers' control, apart from capitalist power, is not workers' lack of knowledge but their lack of confidence in their own abilities. This is hardly surprising, for the whole capitalist system, through its schools, its media, its bureaucracies, and officials, operates to crush this confidence. However, it is the struggle for workers' control, the revolution itself, which will remove this obstacle. In revolution, workers discover their power, and their confidence soars. The day after they have smashed the state, the prospect of running 17. British Leland won't seem so daunting. So much for the prejudice. What then is the real problem? Class society creates a division between manual and mental labor, and capitalism accentuates this division. Moreover, capitalism fragments production itself into innumerable small repetitive operations performed by different workers. The result is that, in general, workers do not have the scientific and technical knowledge needed for complete mastery of the production process, nor will they have it immediately following the revolution. Consequently, many of the experts who are highly privileged in relation to ordinary workers will still be needed in the first stages of workers' power. Indeed, it may prove necessary to retain their cooperation by continuing to offer them certain limited privileges. Does this undermine the possibility of workers' control? No, because even if the experts remain, they can still be placed under the control of the workers. Under capitalism, technical specialists are highly paid, but they don't actually run enterprises. They work for managers and employers who may have little technical knowledge, but who can judge the work of the specialists by how it contributes to their profits. Under workers' power, the specialists will still work for managers and employers, but the managers will be the elected factory council and the employer will be the workers' state. These bodies may lack technical knowledge, but will judge the work of the specialists by how it contributes to social need. Workers' control, therefore, is a practical proposition. Indeed, looking at the current state of British and world industry, it is the only practical proposition. Don't revolutions mean violence? It is certainly likely that a revolution would involve some violence for the simple reason that the ruling class is not going to surrender its wealth and power peacefully. For the same reason, to reject revolution because it involves violence is to reject the possibility of getting rid of capitalism. And however much violence there would be in a revolution, it pales into insignificance compared with the violence involved in allowing capitalism to continue. Capitalism is inseparable from violence and generates it at every turn. Thus the daily process of capitalist production 18. Exposes workers to injury, disease, and even death, all in the pursuit of profit. There is the violence of condemning thousands of millions to poverty, and hundreds of millions to starvation, in a world overflowing with wealth. There is the violence of military dictatorship, the only form in which capitalism can survive in many parts of the world, and the violence of imperialism which supports and maintains it. There is the violence of capitalist war which has claimed at least 100 million victims this century and which threatens to bring the ultimate violence of the nuclear holocaust. No system based on the exploitation of the overwhelming majority by a tiny minority can maintain itself without violence. No system based on the competitive struggle for profits, one firm against another, one country's firms against another's, can avoid war. The only way to end this ongoing violence is for the working class to use the collective violence of revolution to overthrow capitalism. But having said this, it's still important to challenge the capitalist image of revolution as an orgy of mindless bloodletting. Revolution is violent. It is the forcible imposition of the will of one section of the population, the working majority, on the other, the ruling minority. But precisely because it is a question of the majority repressing the minority rather than the other way around, it is likely to involve relatively little bloodshed. The bourgeoisie cannot fight its own battles, it is numerically weak. It depends on others, basically workers in uniform, to fight for it. All the violence the ruling class inflicts on the working class is done by one section of the workers against the rest. A powerful working class movement that is united, ready to fight, and correctly led, can prevent this. It can break the power of the ruling class by winning over the rank and file of the army. When this happens, the ruling class is unable to mount the level of resistance which would necessitate the use of very extensive violence by workers. It was because just such a process had taken place in the Russian Revolution of 1917 that the October insurrection in Petrograd cost only a handful of lives. It is also important to remember that revolutions don't begin with acts of violence by revolutionaries. They arise from the class struggle itself and erupt when the class antagonisms in capitalism boil over. If, however, the working class fails to use the necessary force. 19. At the decisive moment, then it lays itself open to the immeasurably greater violence of capitalist repression. Thus, during the Paris Commune of 1871, 30,000 communards were slaughtered in a few days. The fascist counter-revolutions of Italy, Germany, and Spain took the lives of millions. The Chilean coup of 1973 and the Polish coup of 1981 show the same basic feature. In all these cases the failure to press home the revolution is punished by a one-sided civil war of hideous violence and barbarity. Anyone put off revolution because of its alleged violence is simply being duped by the utterly hypocritical arguments of bourgeois politicians who preach nonviolence to the workers, but never practice it themselves. Under socialism they'd make us all the same. Under socialism everyone will be the same. Socialism means gray uniformity. Socialism denies freedom of choice to the individual. This is a litany of complaint that must be familiar to every socialist. But before answering it, let's consider the record of capitalism on this question, for supporters of capitalism have always claimed the defense of individuality and individual freedom as its supreme virtues. In fact, individuality under capitalism has always been the preserve of the privileged few. From school uniform and rote learning to army uniform and square bashing, from terraced housing and tower blocks to production lines and typing pools, the tendency of capitalism is precisely to impose gray uniformity on the working class. It is the same in the fields of art, entertainment, and sport. Capitalism produces the spectator and the mass audience, the majority of the population reduced to the role of passive observers to the activities of a few stars purveyed by a centralist mass media. All this derives from the fundamental features of the system, its divisions into classes and its organization of production for profit. The fact that the ruling class is a tiny minority of society means that it can survive only by maintaining the working class majority in a state of mass conformity. The organization of production for profit means that the individual creative labor of millions is stripped of its individuality and creativity and turned into so many hours of abstract labor. 20. Power. Competition compels the capitalist to treat workers not as human beings but as items in the accounts, as mere appendages to machines. The individualism of capitalism was always only the individualism of the entrepreneurs, their freedom to exploit and accumulate without regard to social need. But even this individualism is largely a thing of the past. In the age of the giant bureaucratic corporation, the capitalist manager also becomes just a conforming cog in the accumulation machine. The bogey of Stalinist Russia is always raised here as an example of socialism crushing all individual freedom. But Russia is not socialist but state capitalist, a highly centralist form of exploitation which is an extreme expression of the anti-individualist tendency inherent in capitalism. Marxists, it must be emphasized, are not opposed to individualism as such, only to bourgeois individualism which operates at the expense of the rest of society. Individualism that contributes to society, that makes it more varied, lively, and humane, is something we are all in favor of. The starting point of socialism is the collective action of workers. But that collective action is simultaneously an increase in the individual activity and freedom of each worker involved. It is the means through which the individual workers can assert their needs, stand up for their rights, refuse to be just entries on a balance sheet and begin to control their own lives. The victory of the socialist revolution would raise this individual freedom twofold. Through workers' councils each individual would participate in running society. Through workers' control each individual would shape his or her working environment. Through the provision of proper contraception, abortion, and nursery facilities women would be able to make a free individual choice about having children. With equal pay and work for all, marriage and sexual relationships would also become a matter of free choice rather than economic dependence. Through the abolition of poverty and the drastic reduction of the working week, each individual would be free to develop his or her talents to the full. Indeed, one of the main reasons for fighting for socialism is precisely to secure a society in which, as Marx put it in the Communist Manifesto, the free development of each is the condition of the free development of all. 21. Chapter 2. So how do we get to this new world? Look at human history and you will see a tale of misery. Exploitation and oppression, barbarous cruelty, rebellion and repression, the horror of war for thousands of years, these have not been the exception but the rule. On the one hand, a tiny minority have lived in all the luxury and splendor the times would allow. On the other, a perpetual majority, the poor, have waged a lifelong struggle simply to survive. This is one side of history but not the only side. It can also be seen as the triumphant march of human progress, the ceaseless expansion of humanity's productive capacities, of knowledge, and of the ability to harness the natural environment to make life better, freer, more human. The point is that up to now these two sides of history have seemed inseparable. The amazing growth of the productive forces, the staggering advances in science and technology have not lessened the barbarities inflicted by humans on humans, but refined and perfected them. The enormous increase in the collective material wealth of the world has not narrowed the gap between rich and poor. To look at the world today, the world of modern capitalism, is to see these age-old contradictions pushed to their extreme limits. On one side lie the millionaires and billionaires jet-setting from one luxury watering hole to another, on the other are the hideous shanty towns of Calcutta, Sao Paulo, or Manila, and the emaciated famine victims of Ethiopia. And then, of course, there is the final madness, great scientific breakthroughs which reveal the structure of the atom and are put to a hideous application: nuclear weapons. What distinguishes Marxism from all other theories and 22 ideologies, past and present, is that it has identified a realistic way out of this impasse. It establishes a way of abolishing class divisions, of ending exploitation and war, of freeing the world's workers from unending poverty and drudgery, a way forward for the human race. The key word here is realistic, for the aspiration to freedom and equality long predates Marxism. From Spartacus onwards the oppressed have rebelled against their oppression, and thinkers have dreamed of a harmonious society. Christianity itself, like all religions, is a distorted expression of these aspirations. What Marx did, and was the first to do, was to place these aspirations on a scientific foundation. He showed that human emancipation was actually possible, not on the basis of his or anyone else's special plan or divine inspiration, but on the basis of forces and tendencies already at work in society. Above all, Marx showed that capitalism itself produced a social force, the working class, whose conditions not only drove it to rebel but gave it the capacity to overthrow capitalism and put an end to all forms of class rule. This, the workers' struggle for freedom, is the heart of Marxism, its essential message for all those who want to change the world. Lenin put it this way: the main thing in the teaching of Marx is the elucidation of the worldwide historical role of the proletariat as the builder of a socialist society. Why we don't like Monday's roll on Friday. This familiar phrase expresses the fact that for most of us the work we do is tedious and meaningless. We wish away our lives clock watching because we only begin to feel free when we are not at work. The content of our work, what we actually make or do, is of secondary importance. We do it neither to meet our own needs, nor the needs of others, but simply to earn a living, not as part of our real life activity, but as an unavoidable means to carry on with life. Marx recognized that work under capitalism is like this. He called it alienated labor, and he showed it was bound up with wage labor. Wage labor ensures that most people have to sell their ability to work to those who control the means of production. Labor, alienated or not, is the very foundation of society. What is produced and how that production is organized are the. So how do we get to this new word? $23. Basic factors shaping the course of history. The simple fact, as Engels put it, is that mankind must first of all eat, drink, have shelter and clothing before it can pursue science, art, religion, etc. This is such a simple statement that it is worth considering for a moment why it remained hidden for so long. First, because for thousands of years the people who actually worked were always the lowest stratum of society. The significance of their work could be ignored. Secondly, because those who run society, slave owners, landlords, industrialists, or bankers, do no productive work themselves, they can flatter themselves that it's their decrees and commands which make society tick. Moreover, they have an interest in ensuring the rest of us believe this too. Hence the great man view of history taught in schools. In contrast, it was precisely because Marx had grasped the potential of the working class to master society that he was able to see the real importance of labor. Marx distinguished two aspects of work. Firstly, he focused on the actual business of making things, the use of tools to transform raw material into products that can be consumed to sustain human life. A society's capacity to do this he called its forces of production. Secondly, Marx analyzed relationships between people that are necessary for production to take place. These relationships involve both cooperation, as when a tribe goes out to hunt, and subordination, as between worker and capitalist. They are called by Marx the relations of production. The level reached by the forces of production conditions the relations of production. The earliest stage of the productive forces, the use of primitive tools for hunting, gave rise to the tribe. The development of the extensive cultivation of land produced the social relations of slavery and then serfdom. The growth of trade, manufacture and then industry produced the dominant production relation of wage labor. The sum total of these relations of production within society Marx called the mode of production. Marx pointed to 4 such modes of production as the main periods in past history. The 5th, socialism, he predicted as the coming epoch. 24. What is meant by exploitation? What happens when workers sell their labor power to the capitalist? The employer gets the worker's labor for a certain number of hours, and in return the worker receives a wage. It seems a fair deal. A certain amount of money is exchanged for a certain amount of labor. Both sides agree to the arrangement. Exchange is no robbery. Exploitation is said to be something that occurs only exceptionally, when the employer somehow cheats the workers. The popularity of the slogan "a fair day's wage for a fair day's work" shows that many workers also accept this view. Marx, however, showed that exploitation was not the exception but the rule, and that it was built into wage labor. He began by analyzing the commodity, for under capitalism both capital and labor power are commodities, goods produced for exchange. Commodities come in all shapes and sizes, and serve a large variety of purposes. They can be anything from an ocean liner to a packet of cornflakes. Yet they can all be exchanged for each other. This is only possible because they have one thing in common: they are all the products of definite amounts of human labor time. The value of a commodity is determined by the amount of labor time society has to spend on producing it. Now apply this labor theory of value to the commodity of labor power itself. The value of labor power is also determined by the amount of labor time needed to produce it, that is, by what it takes to feed, clothe, house, educate and reproduce the worker. The worker's wages pay for the cost of producing the worker's ability to work. In this sense the buying of labor power is a fair exchange like any other. But labor power is different from all other commodities. It is creative. It produces more value than it takes to maintain itself. But this surplus value goes to the capitalist, not the worker. Thus if a worker sells, say, 40 hours of labor time to the capitalist and is paid £100, enough to support himself or herself for that week, he or she will produce £100 worth of goods in, say. So how do we get to this new world? Equals 25. Only 20 hours. The remaining 20 hours of the working week will be unpaid labor for the capitalist. The unpaid labor is the hidden secret of capitalist exploitation. Beneath the apparent fair exchange, it is the source of all profit. For in those extra 20 hours the figure will of course vary with the circumstances. The worker will produce another £100 worth of goods for the capitalist. This Marx called surplus value. It is the capitalist's profit. Marx's theory of surplus value does more than prove that capitalism is based on exploitation. It also reveals the irreconcilable conflict of interest that lies at the heart of the system and divides it into warring classes. Driven by competition, capitalists seek always to extend the unpaid labor time they extract from the workers. Driven by human need, the workers seek to reduce it. Hence on one side speed UPS, productivity deals, wage cuts, and on the other side wage demands, strikes, and the whole trade union struggle. The only solution to the conflict is for the workers to go beyond struggle over the role of exploitation, and abolish it by seizing the means of production and ending the sale of labor power. What is capital? Capitalism is a system dominated by capital. But what is capital? The everyday view, which quite suits our rulers, is that capital is simply a large amount of money, machinery, and other means of production. From this it appears that you can't have any production without capital, and capitalism seems to be an eternal system. Marx, however, penetrated beneath this appearance to show that capital is not just a thing but also a social relationship, a relation of production. Capital doesn't grow on trees, it has to be produced. Capital is therefore stored up or accumulated labor. But stored up labor is necessary for any system of production, including socialism. It only becomes capital in certain social relations. Firstly, stored up labor becomes capital when it can be exchanged with the live labor power of workers in a way which increases the value of that stored up labor. For capitalism to develop, there must be a class of people who have been separated 26 from the means of production, and are therefore forced to sell their ability to work to those who own and control the means of production. Capital, therefore, implies wage labor. They are two sides of the same equation. Secondly, capital can only exist as many capitals, in other words as production units working separately and in competition with each other. It is this competition which compels those who possess stored up labor to use it as capital, to strive to expand its value by employing workers, rather than just consuming it themselves. Henry Ford isn't driven to make more and more profits by personal greed alone, but by competition with General Motors, Fiat, Volkswagen, and other giant car firms. Production for production's sake, accumulation for accumulation's sake. This is the basic dynamic of capitalism. The question of private ownership is of secondary importance. It was the typical form in which capitalism developed, but as long as the workers are separated from the means of production, and as long as the minority who control those means of production are compelled by competition to increase their value and exploit their workers, you still have capital and capitalism. State-owned British Steel and British Leyland were just as much capitalist enterprises as privately owned Unilever or ICI. State-owned USSR Ltd is just as capitalist as partially state-owned Great Britain Ltd. Capitalism is therefore a system in which the living labor of workers is only a means to increase accumulated labor. Living labor is dominated by dead labor. The worker is an appendage to the machine. Socialism, through social ownership and workers' control, will reverse this relationship. Accumulated labor will serve living labor. Production will be for need, not profit. How capitalism causes crises. Capitalism is a system of recurring economic crises. At the moment we're living through the latest of these. To the ruling class and its hangers-on, its journalists, politicians, economists, and the rest, the explanations for these crises vary. Sometimes they are seen as accidents, sometimes as acts of God like the weather, sometimes greedy workers are to blame. So how do we get to this new word? 927. And sometimes government mismanagement. What is always clear is that the working class suffers most. Unemployment officially passed the 2 million mark in 1980. We have had years of mass unemployment, on a scale comparable to the 1930s, and there is no end in sight. With the real number of unemployed well over 3 million, there can hardly be a working class family whose lives have not been directly or indirectly affected by the misery of the dole queue in the past decade. The Marxist explanation of unemployment starts from the fact that capitalist production is production for profit. It follows from this that under capitalism people are only employed when their employment, directly or indirectly, assists in the making of profits. When it ceases to do so, they cease to be employed. The key to the overall level of employment at any time is therefore the average rate of profit across industry as a whole. When the average rate of profit is high, capitalists are keen to invest, to expand their operations, to launch new projects and to take on new labor. When the average rate of profit is low, capitalists are reluctant to invest. Old industries become out of date and uncompetitive for lack of new plant and are forced to close, new industries fail to take their place. Unemployment rises. Each of these situations creates a certain momentum of its own. When new workers are taken on, they have more money to spend. Demand for goods increases and production rises to meet the demand. Yet more workers are then employed to raise production, and so on. On the other hand, when unemployment rises, workers on the dole have less to spend. Demand for goods falls, production falls, and more workers are made redundant. There is a slump. The key question is what makes the rate of profit high or low in the first place? What decides whether the economy spirals upwards into boom or downwards into slump? There are two processes at work here. The first is cyclical. It causes the system to alternate, more or less regularly, from boom to slump and back again. In the boom, the increased demand for labor enables workers to push up wages to the point where they cut into profits. The rate of profit falls and the boom collapses into slump. In the slump, unemployment cuts the bargaining power of workers and wages fall until eventually the 28th rate of profit is restored. The slump turns into boom. The second process is more fundamental. It is an underlying long-run tendency for the rate of profit to fall. Because capitalism is competitive, each capitalist unit strives to produce as much as possible, to grab as large a share of the market as it can. But because it is exploitative, it never pays the workers enough for them to buy up all the goods they produce. As a result, it is always faced with the danger of overproduction, of producing more than can be sold. Capitalism cannot solve this problem by raising wages, because that would cut into its profits. What is a solution to this problem is for capitalists themselves continually to reinvest their profits by producing ever more means of production, more machines, and machines for making more machines. This can work as long as the capitalists invest, and this they will do only as long as it produces profits. However, this investment in means of production itself contributes to a long-term tendency for the rate of profit to fall. The reason is that profit itself derives only from the exploitation of labor power from the living labor of workers, not from the accumulated labor represented by machines. As capitalists buy more and more machinery, the amount of living labor becomes a proportionally smaller part of the capitalist's outlay. The result is that the rate of profit, the amount of profit in relation to the capitalist's total outlay, declines, even though the capitalist will try to counterbalance this by driving the workers harder or for longer hours. Once the rate of profit falls below a certain level, capitalists lose the incentive to invest and the system faces a crisis of overproduction as means of production go unbought, machinery goes unsold, factory buildings and office blocks stand empty. This spirals into recession and slump, firms go bankrupt, workers are laid off, and unemployment soars. There are a number of factors which can offset the falling rate of profit. In the heyday of British imperialism, for example, huge amounts of capital were exported to pre-capitalist countries, meaning there was less capital to invest in Britain, so less danger of overproduction. The destruction of even larger. So how do we get to this new word? 29. Amounts of capital in war, or by permanent high levels of spending on armaments during peacetime, can also stave off, for a period, the growth of capital in proportion to labor power. Economic crisis itself destroys or devalues a lot of capital by bankrupting the weaker firms. That makes possible a higher rate of profit for those who survive. This is why capitalism generally alternates between boom and slump, and why the system was capable of sustained growth in the 1880s and 1890s and, even more so, in the period 1950 to 73. Sooner or later, however, this very growth ensures that the basic tendency for the rate of profit to fall reasserts itself. It's just such a fall which underlies the present world recession. Moreover, the fact that today's units of capital are both larger and more concentrated than in the past makes it much more difficult for them simply to go bankrupt. When Britain had a dozen or more car manufacturers, one or two could be sacrificed in a recession to the advantage of the rest. Today BL, the only remaining car firm, cannot be allowed to go under without the risk of irreparable damage to the rest of the economy. The result is that capitalism finds it more difficult to use a short, Sharp crisis to destroy sections of capital and so restore the rate of profit. Instead we have a somewhat less sharp collapse, but one which drags on and on without hope of any recovery. The tendency of the rate of profit to decline is a fundamental and insoluble contradiction of capitalism. It is a concrete expression of the fact that capitalist relations of production have become a barrier to humanity's further development of its productive forces. Mass unemployment is a result of contradictions built into the very nature of capitalism, of a system based on the search for profit. Only when production is for need, not profit, will humanity be free of economic crises and the untold misery they cause, free to move forward. Where is history leading? The basis of society is production. Social relations between people, the form of law and government, depend ultimately on the ability of humanity to produce the necessities of life. This is the first premise of Marx's theory of history. But how can one mode of production be transformed into another? It cannot be done simply by will. Nor is it just a matter of 30. Convincing people that it's a good idea. For Marx, the first basis for such a change is that, within a particular mode of production, the forces of production should have developed to a level where new relationships of production become possible. Until this has happened, all revolutions are doomed to fail. But once the productive forces have reached this level, the existing relations of production become reactionary. They hold back the further development of society and are ready to be overturned. Capitalism has long since reached this stage. It has created a world economy and a world division of labor. It has raised productivity to the point that the working day could be drastically reduced. It has increased production to the point where, potentially, there is more than enough to ensure a decent life for all. But the continued existence of capitalist relations of production prevents this potential being realized. The division of society into bosses and workers, and the competitive struggle between bosses for profits, ensures that poverty and starvation continue, that working hours remain long, and that the world remains divided into hostile, warring states. The fact that capitalism is still with us shows that the development of the productive forces doesn't, by itself, change the system. Relations of production are class relations. They imply a ruling class which controls production and an oppressed class that produces. The ruling class has a vested interest in maintaining the reactionary relations of production. Changing the mode of production involves a struggle by the oppressed class that is linked to, and embodies, the rising forces of production, to overthrow the ruling class. The motor of history, therefore, is class struggle. The change from feudalism to capitalism was one example of this process. It involved a struggle by the middle class or bourgeoisie supported by other oppressed classes, to destroy the power of the monarchy and sweep away the feudal restrictions which were blocking the development of capitalism. The decisive moments in that struggle were two great revolutions, the English Revolution of 1642 and the French Revolution of 1789. The change from capitalism to socialism will be another example. It will involve the struggle of the working class, at the. So how do we get to this new world? 31. Head of all the oppressed, to destroy the power of the bourgeoisie and establish social control of production. Its decisive moment will also be a revolution. The advance to socialism, however, is far from inevitable. Human history is no mere mechanical process. Its advance, or retreat, depends upon the collective class actions and decisions of human beings. Friedrich Engels once wrote, "Capitalist society faces a dilemma, either an advance to socialism or a reversion to barbarism. What happens depends on the outcome of class struggle. Socialism or barbarism." One possible product of capitalism in crisis has already revealed itself once this century: fascism, with the Nazi domination of much of Europe, brought war, devastation, and the extermination of millions of people simply because they belonged to a different race, nationality, or political persuasion. At the moment the fascists are isolated, fragmented and confined to the margins of the political scene. But this doesn't mean that we can sink into a complacent "it can't happen here" attitude. Only a few years ago, before it was thrown back by the Anti-Nazi League, the British National Front was a growing threat. In Germany, in 1928, Hitler's Nazis seemed insignificant. Yet within 5 years they were in power, and one has only to look at Mitterrand's France to see a neo-Nazi movement making rapid advances. For all these reasons, an analysis of fascism remains an essential weapon in the Marxist theoretical arsenal. It is also essential that this analysis should be precise. It mustn't blur the distinction between real fascism and every other form of right-wing authoritarianism. Such confusion not only spreads unnecessary panic but also leads to an underestimation of the brutality and danger of the real thing. The first point to be made in analyzing fascism is that it is not some collective madness that suddenly seizes the whole of society. Nor is it a freak of the German national character, or the product of the evil genius of a demonic charismatic leader. Nor on the other hand is it just any violation of democracy or human rights. Rather, fascism is a phenomenon generated by the very nature of capitalism, but which has quite specific 32. Class roots. In power, it is a form of bourgeois rule sharply different from ordinary capitalist democracy in that it involves the annihilation of all independent working class organizations. The class basis of fascism is, in the first place, the petty bourgeoisie, small shopkeepers, self-employed and the like, and it is from here that the core of a fascist movement is recruited. The petty bourgeoisie feels crushed between big capital on the one hand and the organized working class on the other. In times of severe economic crisis, this double pressure becomes more acute and, under the threat of mass bankruptcy, the petty bourgeoisie searches desperately for a way out. If in this situation the working class, under revolutionary leadership, shows its capacity and determination to resolve the crisis, it can draw large sections of the middle class behind it. If, however, the working class fails to give a clear lead, then the petty bourgeoisie can swing wildly to the right and turn to fascism. This is because the ideology of fascism appears to reflect the experience of the enraged petty bourgeoisie. It combines vague rhetoric against international finance with bitter hostility to the labor movement. These contradictory attitudes are cemented together by the racist fantasy that international capitalism and communism are parts of a world conspiracy to undermine the purity of race and nation. The petty bourgeoisie, however, cannot become the ruling class in modern capitalism. Consequently, fascism basing itself on this class cannot come to power solely by its own efforts. It needs the backing of the ruling class itself. But for the ruling class, fascism is a risky option which involves handing the reins of power to people it regards as vulgar fanatics. It will take this step only in very pressing circumstances. Firstly, the economic crisis must be so severe that the profitability of capitalism cannot be restored without the wholesale destruction of the labor movement. Secondly, the ruling class must have been put in fear of its life by that labor movement. Thirdly, it must be confident that the working class is weak enough for the fascist solution to succeed. It has no desire to provoke its own overthrow. These conditions are most likely to occur in the aftermath of revolutionary situations that have been wasted by reformists. So how do we get to this new world? 33. Leadership. So it was in Italy in 1921, in Germany in 1933 and in Spain in 1936. The price of failing to make the socialist revolution is horrifically high. So what puts socialist revolution on the agenda? What effect does the state of the economy have on the state of the class struggle? Is it necessary for the slump to become even more severe and for workers to be reduced to extreme poverty before there will be mass rebellion against capitalism? Or does there have to be a new boom in order to restore workers' confidence? These are obviously important questions for Marxism, especially at a time when the working class movement has been seriously damaged and undermined by mass unemployment. They are also difficult to answer, for there is no simple, mechanical, or automatic relationship between economic conditions and the level of working class resistance. Factors such as the historical traditions of the class, the degree of consciousness and organization, and the quality of its leadership, all have their effect. Nevertheless, on the basis of previous experience of booms and slumps, it is possible to make certain broad generalizations. First of all, conditions of prolonged boom create favorable conditions for the development of a high level of confidence and organization. However, the readiness and capacity of employers to make concessions restricts the scale of the struggle. Strikes tend to be successful but small and short. There are no class-wide life and death battles. Consequently, workers feel no compulsion to generalize the struggle politically, and show little interest in revolutionary socialist ideas. In a period of sustained expansion, reforms can be won, but capitalism cannot be overthrown. In contrast, conditions of slump or economic crisis sharply raise the stakes of the struggle. The employers, with the threat of bankruptcy at their backs, are much more determined and more likely to enlist the aid of the state. To make gains, or even to hold on to the gains of the past, workers have to fight much harder and on a much wider scale. The whole struggle becomes more bitter and more generalist, and the question of political leadership becomes much more important. The slump creates the potential for both greater 34 victories and greater defeats. Moreover, defeats in conditions of mass unemployment are likely to be more demoralizing. In general, revolutionary struggle and revolutionary consciousness combine two elements: bitterness at the exploiters and their system, and confidence in the possibility of fighting. The former tends to be a product of the slump, the latter of the boom. We can therefore say that it is neither the boom by itself, nor the slump by itself, that raises the class struggle to its highest level, but rather the rapid alternation between one and the other. Three variations are possible here. First, a boom in which workers' expectations, confidence, and organization rise, followed by the onset of a slump to which workers respond with mass struggles. Second, a slump in which bitterness accumulates, followed by a boom which gives workers the confidence to fight. And a third possibility is a prolonged crisis with the ruling class continually on the attack and the working class falling back until the former finally overreaches itself and provokes a desperate mass resistance. If this resistance proves successful, it can give workers the confidence to return to the offensive. Situations are possible which combine elements of these three different variations. A small recovery within an overall crisis, for instance, will give some workers slightly more confidence, against a ruling class driven by the crisis to press on and on with its attacks on living standards, and thus compelled time and again to risk overreaching itself. Apart from the 1984-5 miners' strike, the present bosses' offensive in Britain has not met with a serious fight back, and the workers' movement as a whole remains weakened. But the long-term prospects for the ruling class are bleak. Capitalism is not going to return to sustained boom. However, within the continuing crisis there will be repeated oscillations up and down. Each such oscillation carries with it the possibility of an upsurge in the class struggle, as does each new ruling class assault. Sooner or later, therefore, the tide will turn, and when it does the stakes will be very high indeed. What we mean by workers' power. Any well-organized strike needs a strike committee made up of shop stewards or other representatives elected by the rank. So how do we get to this new word? 35. And file. Its job is to organize picketing, blacking and support from other workers. If the strike spreads throughout the industry or to other industries, the strike committee will need to expand to include representatives from all the workers involved, and its tasks and responsibilities will grow too. If there is a general strike or a succession of mass strikes and occupations, and the working class mounts a serious challenge to the system, then hundreds of such organizations will be needed. And they will face a host of new tasks: calling demonstrations, maintaining essential supplies and transport, defending picket lines and workers' organizations against attack, creating an alternative news service to counteract government propaganda, perhaps the coordination of rent strikes and the protection of working class areas. Such workers' councils or Soviets, to use the Russian word, have always risen from the needs of the struggle itself and not as an abstract scheme imposed by theorists. This was true of the Russian Soviets of 1905 and 1917, the workers' councils of the German Revolution in 1918-19, those of Spain in 1936 and of Hungary in 1956. In the British General Strike there were councils of action which could have developed in this direction if the struggle had continued. The Interfactory Committees in Poland in 1980, which linked the Gdansk shipyard occupation with hundreds of other workplaces across the country, had the same potential. Soviets, in taking on many of the functions of government, become alternative centers of power, rivaling those of the state. This is called dual power. Dual power cannot last long. It will be ended either by ruling class repression, as in Germany in 1919, or Poland in 1981, or by workers' revolution as in Russia MOT 917. That revolution will mean destroying the bourgeois state and replacing it with the workers' councils as the basis of the new state power, workers' power, what Marx called the dictatorship of the proletariat. Based on elections in workplaces where collective debate and discussion are possible, the workers' councils will directly represent the interests of the workers as a class. Delegates will be instantly recallable simply by holding a mass meeting, in the workplace, and like all state officials they will receive only the average worker's wage. The councils, in conjunction with factory committees and 36. The trade unions, will place all production under workers' control. They will requisition the hotels, mansions, and extra houses of the rich to house the homeless. They will place the millionaire press and TV scienticians at the disposal of workers' organizations according to their support among the people. They will organize community nurseries, creches, restaurants, and laundries to free women from the oppressive burden of housework. They will put colleges and schools under the control of those who use them, especially the students. The huge waste of resources on fat salaries, pomp and ceremony, Rolls-Royces, banquets and other junketings that accompany the capitalist state, will be ended at a stroke. Every working person will be able to take part in running the state. By arming the workers and forming workers' militias, the new state will be able to mobilize the necessary force to deal with attempts at counter-revolution. But as this threat recedes, as it will insofar as the revolution is able to defeat the capitalists at home and abroad, so these repressive functions of the state will fade, leaving only the organization of the whole people in pursuit of its needs. The state as such will wither away. This is the real meaning of workers' power. Contrary to all the propaganda about left totalitarianism, it would be a million times more democratic than any bourgeois parliament, enabling ordinary people, for the first time in history, to take control of their lives. So how do we get to this new world? 37. Chapter 3. Getting our ideas right. But socialists are such a tiny minority. The most obvious obstacle to the socialist transformation of society is the simple fact that most workers are not socialists. Indeed, most workers accept capitalism, believe it can't be changed, and view socialists who want to change it as idealists or troublemakers. So what does Marxism have to say about this crucial problem? Why do workers so often accept reactionary ideas, and how can this change? It is one of the most basic propositions of Marxism that it is not ideas that shape the state of society, but the state of society that shapes ideas. The generally held ideas of society reflect the way society is organized. In feudal society there was a rigid division between lords and serfs. This was therefore generally accepted as natural and inevitable, to use the language of the time, something ordained by God. Capitalist society is founded on the profit motive, and therefore this is thought of as natural. In fact, such ideas do more than simply reflect society, they justify it. They justify the current class divisions. As Marxists put it, the ruling ideas of any age will be the ideas of the ruling class. If we look at capitalism today, we can easily see how this can be so. The ruling class controls the channels for the formation and propagation of ideas, the education system, the newspapers, the television stations and all other means of mass communication, and its ideas are dominant in all these. But the power of ruling class ideas does not arise simply from a conspiracy of rich newspaper proprietors, publishers and university professors, ministers and civil servants and so on. Capitalist ideas seem to make sense because they reflect the world as we experience it. Businesses are run for profit and 38. Society is divided into classes, so to believe these things are natural and true seems simple common sense. So for Marxists there is nothing particularly surprising about the working class Tory or the sexist trade unionist. If capitalist ideology didn't dominate workers' thinking in this way, capitalism couldn't survive at all. Similarly, socialist ideas will only acquire such obviousness when a socialist society exists. So this faces us with an immediate dilemma: if, as we say, socialism cannot be created on behalf of workers, but must be the act of the working class itself, how can this happen when the working class is dominated by capitalist ideas? Workers' ideas clearly cannot simply be changed on a mass scale by socialist propaganda. A socialist newspaper such as Socialist Worker can't match the operations of the millionaire press. The spread of socialist ideas on a mass scale must have a material base, just as capitalist ideas dominate workers' thinking because they reflect daily experience, so the spread of socialist ideas will reflect changes in that daily experience. Here it is necessary to clear up a widespread confusion. It is often supposed that the more people suffer, the more revolutionary they become. But if this were so, then the revolution would have happened long ago. In fact, it is not suffering, but the experience of fighting against suffering that forms the material basis for the growth of socialist ideas. If the level of workers' struggle is low, and results largely in defeat, then workers with little control over their own working lives feel that society cannot be changed. But if the level of struggle is high, and victory follows victory, then workers' confidence in their ability to change their own lives rises, and they become more able to see that alternatives to capitalism are possible. If the level of class struggle is so high that it threatens the existence of the bourgeois state, then socialist ideas can spread like wildfire. None of this means that the attempt by socialists to spread their ideas through newspapers, pamphlets, and books is irrelevant or unnecessary. Workers do not have to be socialists before they engage in battles that challenge the ruling class, but their ability to win those battles is closely linked to their level of political consciousness. Mass strikes, workplace occupations, and demonstrations create conditions in which it is possible for socialist ideas to spread, but as the example of the trade union. 39. Solidarity in Poland proves it is impossible for workers to improvise, suddenly and in the heat of battle, a fully worked-out socialist understanding of the world. The socialist ideas have to be there, ready to inform those struggles, to articulate and generalize from these new experiences, and ready to prove their practical relevance by pointing to the way forward. Dialectical materialism. What on earth does that mean? Marxism is a general theory of society from the point of view of the working class. It includes and integrates into a single whole theories of history, economics, politics, and philosophy. The philosophy of Marxism is usually called dialectical materialism. Marxism is materialist since it regards the production of the necessities of life as the basis on which ideas arise, rather than vice versa. But what does dialectical mean? There is a difficulty here because it is obviously not a term used in everyday speech, nor, naturally, is it explained in school. It is a philosophical term deriving originally from ancient Greece, and developed by the great German philosopher Hegel at the end of the 18th century. Dialectics is the logic of change, of evolution, and of development. Its starting point is the idea that everything changes and is involved in an ongoing process of coming into being and ceasing to be. To understand the significance of this, compare it with what is known as formal logic. The basic idea of formal logic is that something either is the case or is not the case, but that it can't be both at the same time. For example, the cat is either on the mat or is not on the mat. For many purposes formal logic is useful and necessary. But as soon as you take movement and change into account, it ceases to be adequate. A cat moving goes through a moment when it is in the process of passing onto the mat or in the process of passing off it when it is both on and off the mat. Dialectics is in advance of formal logic because it enables us to grasp this contradiction. This really matters when we come to analyze social development and, in particular, the transition from one form of society to another. Ruling classes believe in the fixed eternal nature of their form of society. Feudal lords believed feudalism 40a was ordained by God and would last forever. Today's ruling classes believe capitalism reflects a fixed human nature and will similarly survive forever. Dialectics, however, insists that nothing is fixed or lasts forever. Feudalism arose historically and was destroyed historically. Likewise, capitalism is a historical product with a beginning and, sooner or later, an end. This brings us to the second fundamental proposition of dialectics. This is that social change occurs through internal contradiction, through the struggle of opposites. A given society forms a whole or totality, but within that whole there are antagonisms and opposing forces. The change from one form of society to another is the result of the dominant element being overcome by its antagonist or opposite. It is no accident that dialectics was developed by Hegel at the time of the French Revolution, the greatest, most radical social upheaval the world had then seen. The dialectical theory of development through contradiction was the philosophical expression of the revolution. But because the French Revolution was a bourgeois revolution, one led by lawyers and intellectuals, it necessarily appeared to Hegel that the driving force of history was the struggle between opposite ideas. Marx, coming 50 years later and taking the standpoint of the working class, was able to go beyond Hegel and show that the struggle of ideas was a reflection of a struggle of material forces. With Marx, the dialectic became the logic of class struggle. A third proposition of dialectics is that quantitative changes become qualitative ones. Within a particular framework of society, changes occur. With capitalism, for example, the forces of production advance and grow bigger and the working class grows more powerful. For a time these changes are quantitative, they modify society but don't transform it. But sooner or later the changes become too great to be confined within the existing framework. For development to continue, this framework has to be broken and a new social order established. Thus dialectics is not only the logic of change and of class struggle, but also the logic of revolution. Despite its obscure philosophical origins, it is a powerful practical tool enabling Marxists to grasp the inner dynamics of the working class struggle. 41. Their truth, and ours, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These celebrated lines from the American Declaration of Independence are typical of the ringing proclamations produced by the bourgeois revolutions that paved the way for modern capitalism, typical in three ways. First, they concentrate on supposedly universal and absolute, but abstract, truths and rights, rather than on anything specific. Second, in the context of the times, when absolute monarchy was the order of the day in most of the world, they were immensely progressive and genuinely radical. Third, even at the time of writing they were being systematically violated by their bourgeois revolutionary authors. The independent United States continued to practice and tolerate slavery for another 90 years. Today capitalist propaganda and ideology continue, rather perfunctorily, to proclaim these same universal principles, but the practical violations remain, and the radical progressive content has long since disappeared. Marx, as the theorist of working-class revolution, developed an entirely different attitude to both truth and rights. For Marx there are no absolute or universal truths, for in the last analysis the test of truth is always practice. A proposition is true insofar as it enables human beings to perform practical operations in the world. Truth is therefore historical and above all concrete. A proposition is true in relation to specific circumstances. Change the circumstances sufficiently and it ceases to be true. Similarly with rights. For Marxists there are no God-given rights that all human beings are born with. People, or more particularly groups and classes, have only such rights as they are able to win and defend in struggle. Whether or not Marxists support these rights depends on which classes are involved and what they will use the rights to do. Thus we are for the right to work when it is a demand around which the working class can be mobilized to fight capitalist unemployment. We are against the right to work when it is a justification for scabbing. Whenever the bourgeoisie and its media hangers-on talk about freedom and the like, Marxists will always inquire whose freedom? Freedom to do what? It is no coincidence that the 42. Bourgeois French Revolution was fought under the banner of a set of abstractions: liberty, equality, fraternity, whereas the working class Russian Revolution fought for specifics: bread, peace, and land. Another illustration of this point is the question of freedom of speech. The ruling class continually stress that this must be seen as a fundamental human right. In fact, it is a right which in capitalist society is subject to 1001 restrictions and limitations. Just try exercising it if you are a soldier, a school student, a civil servant, or with your boss at work. Moreover, history has shown that the bourgeoisie are perfectly ready to dispense with any commitment to this right when they feel this is necessary to preserve their rule. What then is the Marxist attitude to freedom of speech? In general we defend it, not because it is some divinely bestowed right, but because it is greatly to the advantage of the working class under capitalism that there should be a free flow of ideas and debate. Indeed, we make a point of defending it precisely where capitalism restricts it. What an excellent thing it would be if soldiers could freely criticize their officers, school students their teachers, and workers their bosses, without fear of reprisal. We do not, however, pretend that freedom of speech can be an absolute or universal right. We do not, for example, defend the right of the National Front to incite racial hatred or indeed to spread their Nazi ideas in any shape or form. Nor, in a workers' state, would we grant the displaced capitalist class the right to urge insurrection and counter-revolution. But we do not make a fetish of this denial of freedom of speech, even for racists. It is not for us a matter of absolute principle to stop the mouth of every single fascist or racist regardless of circumstances, still less to ban every point of view we find obnoxious. It is always a matter of strategic and practical judgment. But how to explain the difference between the bourgeoisie's apparent commitment to universal rights and principles and the Marxist insistence that all rights and principles are historical and dependent on circumstances? Is it a matter of hypocrisy versus honesty? Yes, but the hypocrisy and the honesty are class-based. The bourgeoisie are obliged to be hypocritical because they are a tiny minority able to rule only if they can pass their interests off as the interests of the whole people. 43. Marxism, however, represents the working class, who are in the immense majority and therefore have no need to disguise their specific class interests. On the contrary, a clear understanding of exactly what their interests are is precisely what the working class need to achieve their freedom. The point, however, is to change it. The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point is to change it. So runs the most famous of all Marx's quotations, and, appropriately, it is carved on his gravestone in Highgate Cemetery. What the quotation makes clear is that Marx was first and foremost a revolutionary whose primary concern was to participate in the overthrow of capitalism. Yet it is also clear that Marx was very interested in interpreting the world. After all, he spent the best years of his life sat in the British Museum working on an interpretation of the laws of motion of capitalism. So what is the relationship between theory and practice in Marxism? Marxism stands for the unity of theory and practice. Revolutionary theory is necessary for revolutionary practice. Revolutionary practice is necessary for revolutionary theory. At one moment the emphasis may be on theory, at another on practice, but in the long run each is impossible without the other. Let us deal first with the importance of theory for practice. The working class needs theory, its own theory, because without it it is bound to be dominated, to a greater or lesser degree, by the ideas of the bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie. Everybody, consciously or unconsciously, is guided by certain general ideas about the world. If these ideas are not socialist, they all inevitably turn out to be capitalist or semi-capitalist, For as Marx put it, the ruling ideas are always the ideas of the ruling class. If workers do not believe the emancipation of the working class is the act of the working class, then they will look for salvation from above, or, worse still, come to the conclusion that no emancipation is possible at all. If workers lack a Marxist analysis of the economic crisis, they will accept one of the various bourgeois explanations on offer: it's an act of God, it's all the fault of lazy workers or powerful trade unions. At best it's due to government mismanagement, and the solution is to elect a better government. In other words, a working class not guided by Marxist theory is bound to play into the hands of its enemies. 44. To take two examples, in both Iran and Poland the mass of workers fought magnificently against their oppressors, but lacked any worked-out socialist theory. In both cases the gap was filled by religion. In Iran this meant the people, having overthrown one tyrant, raised another in his place, this time with the blessing of Allah. In Poland it meant the workers, and especially their leaders, were susceptible to the Church's calls for peace and moderation in the face of an opponent that was preparing to strike a decisive blow. Theory, then, is vital to effective practice. But the converse is equally true: practice is vital for the development of theory. Indeed, theory derives from the problems encountered in the practical effort to change the world. It was because Marx was engaged in the struggle to change society that he needed to understand how it worked. Because he had taken the side of the working class, he was able to analyze the workings of capitalism. Practice is also essential as the test of theory. No theory, however sophisticated, can ever be a perfect representation or reflection of all the complexities of reality. Theory is always a simplification and a generalization. Whether it is a valid simplification depends ultimately on whether it stands the test of practice, on whether it helps or hinders humans to shape and control their world. There have always been some would-be Marxists who have sought to separate theory and practice, to develop theory for its own sake. They have tried to achieve this without involving themselves in working-class struggles. They are destined to disappointment. They cut off theory from both its real source and from the necessary discipline of the attempt to implement it. All the real advances in Marxist theory have come as a response to developments or problems encountered in the class struggle. Marx's pamphlet The Civil War in France was produced as a result of the Paris Commune, Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution from the 1905 revolution in Russia. Lenin developed his theory of imperialism in response to the First World War and wrote State and Revolution during the 1917 revolution. All the outstanding figures of the Marxist tradition have been both major theorists and active revolutionaries. Theory is essential, but our aim is the unity of theory and practice in practice. The point, as said at the start, is to change the world. 45. Chapter 4. Strategies of the System. You socialists would abolish democracy. One of the main charges made against Marxism by the ruling class and by reformists is that it is anti-democratic. Thus Labour Party leaders often describe themselves as democratic socialists in opposition to Marxists. Partly this is based on the experiences of Stalinism, but also it's because Marxists advocate revolution. Revolution, they argue, would be against the rule of Parliament, and for them Parliament is synonymous with democracy. They're right, of course. Revolution cannot come through Parliament, and indeed revolution would overthrow Parliament. But they are quite wrong to identify Parliament with democracy. In reality, the democracy offered by a capitalist Parliament is always extraordinarily limited. Firstly, parliamentary democracy offers no means by which electors can control their representatives. Once elected, there is nothing to stop MPs breaking all their pre-election promises. Secondly, MPs do not, in practice, control government. Rather, it is the government through a mixture of patronage and pressure that controls the MPs. Thirdly, the government does not control the decisive area of society, namely the economy, which remains in the hands of big business. Finally, it must be remembered that apart from Parliament, almost every important institution in society is run without any democracy whatsoever. In the police, the army, in every industry and business, in the civil service, the schools and colleges, the hospitals, the mass media and so on, the principle of administration is the same authoritarian appointment from above. In all those areas democratic decisions 46 are never even considered. In short, the idea that parliament equals democracy, the rule of the people, is nonsense. It is little more than a democratic fig leaf covering the nakedness of capitalist rule. What's more, as the example of Chile proved for the umpteenth time, where in 1973 the elected government of Allende was overthrown by the army with the most horrific bloodshed and repression, parliamentary democracy is a fig leaf the ruling class is always willing to dispense with if it interferes with their vital interests. In contrast, workers' revolution would produce a society far more democratic in every way than any bourgeois democracy. It would begin by destroying the capitalist state and establishing a new state of workers' councils. These would be made up of delegates from workplaces, where collective discussion would take place, and who would thus be accountable to, and recallable by, those who elected them. The undemocratic and authoritarian armed forces and police would be replaced by democratically controlled workers' militia responsible to the workers' councils. This workers' power would then be used to establish the foundation of real rule by the people, the social ownership and control of the means of production. Whatever the political setup, ultimate power in any society rests with those who control the decisive forces of production. Unless these are controlled by the working class, all talk of democracy remains a sham. Furthermore, Marxists not only advocate workers' democracy in the future, but also fight to defend and extend it in the present. We defend all those democratic rights won by struggle in the past: the right to vote, to strike, to independent trade unions, to free speech, against all attempts by the ruling class to restrict or remove them. We stand for the equal application of those rights to all workers regardless of race, nationality, or sex. In all this Marxists are consistent Democrats. Isn't the state neutral? When the police arrest you on a picket line, they are not interfering in politics, merely maintaining public order. When the judge or magistrate sentences you, he is not interested in the politics of the case, only in upholding the law. The armed forces, likewise, are outside politics, they merely defend the nation in the Falklands, keep the peace in Belfast, and maintain essential services when they scab on strikes. Senior civil servants are non-political too, they simply follow instructions from the government, which, in turn, exercises its power in the national interest. Over the lot stands the Queen. She is above politics, symbolizing the unity of the nation. So run the myths of the ruling class about its state. They reflect a theory of the state developed over centuries by the bourgeoisie. It contains two central ideas. First, that the state represents the interests of society as a whole, it is above class. Second, that it is indispensable, without it society would disintegrate into a war of all against all, because ordinary people are naturally bad, greedy, and stupid, so need to be ruled. Marx rejected this view root and branch. He argued that society would disintegrate without a state, not because of people's natural inadequacies but because society is divided into classes with conflicting interests. Societies existed for thousands of years without any state apparatus because classes had not yet emerged. Similarly, after class divisions have been abolished, a state will no longer be needed. Public order in a classless society will be kept simply by organizations of the general public without any need for armed bodies of men standing over society. The very existence of the state testifies to class antagonisms. Consequently, the state is anything but non-political, rather it is the essence of political power. It is never the representative of the people as a whole, but always an instrument through which one class maintains its rule over other classes. The existence of parliamentary democracy doesn't change this, for every state rests ultimately on economic foundations. Police, judges, soldiers, are not themselves productive, they and their activities have to be paid for. So, in the final analysis, it is always the class that controls the economy that controls the state. Usually the ruling class exercises this control directly by ensuring that senior positions in the state are held by loyal members of its own class. But even when sections of the state pass into other hands, as in Nazi Germany, the ruling class can still use its economic power to make sure the state protects its interests. Because of this, the old reformist idea that by winning a majority in parliament, the state can be taken over and used for 48 socialist purposes is a complete pipe dream. Faced with a reforming government whose policies represent a challenge to capitalist priorities, the state machine acting in concert with big business has immense resources of obstructions and pressure. Should the government resist those pressures, it can still resort to direct force, as the Chilean state did 10 years ago. The working class cannot take over the bourgeois state, it must smash it. This is the central conclusion of the theory of the state developed by Marx and Engels and re-emphasized by Lenin in his book The State and Revolution. Smashing the state means disbanding the police, sacking the judges, breaking the bourgeois army by winning the rank and file over to the workers, and removing the bureaucratic ministries of Whitehall. Above all, it involves completely replacing the old state apparatus with a new apparatus arising directly from working class struggle. Whose law and whose order? The Tory party is the enthusiastic party of law and order. Everyone must obey the law, they say, because it is the law that makes civilization possible. The law, they claim, protects society as a whole, and individuals within it, from the threat posed by a minority of antisocial elements. Conjuring up their favorite image of the granny mugged by thugs, they go so far as to proclaim that the law protects the weak from the strong. The labor right shares this view, except for arguing that their own moderate and reasonable policies would make the maintenance of law and order easier. The labor lefts are slightly more skeptical. Where they consider a law to be especially bad or a cause especially important, they sometimes argue that breaking the law is justified. But fundamentally they go along with the right in accepting the overall framework of the law as it stands. The Marxist view of the law is different. It sees the law as defending not society in general, or people in general, but the existing system of society, namely capitalism. Today's law is, first and foremost, a set of rules requiring behavior appropriate to the smooth running of a capitalist economy. Since a capitalist economy necessarily produces a society dominated by a capitalist class, the law necessarily defends the interests of that class. Strategies of the system 49. One reason, in addition to the constant flow of law and order propaganda, why the right-wing view retains a certain plausibility is that most people take the capitalist functioning of the law more or less for granted. They are so used to it that they regard it as natural. But consider what would happen if the law didn't reflect and reinforce the property relations of capitalism. What if, for example, it was illegal to charge interest on money loaned? What if judges were in the habit of ruling that millionaires riding around in Rolls-Royces in broad daylight were asking to be robbed, in the same way they suggest that women on their own at night are asking to be raped? Or even more fundamentally, what if the law prohibited the sale of labor power in the same way it does the sale of children? Clearly, if the law were changed in any of these ways, the capitalist system would break down within weeks if not days. Not surprisingly, the administration of the law reflects its inherent class character. The ruling class retains a firm grip on the higher echelons of the legal profession. About 80% of judges were educated at public schools, and it is still extremely difficult to become a barrister without private means. Anyone who has observed court proceedings at any level cannot fail to notice that they consist overwhelmingly of the middle and upper classes sitting in judgment on the working classes. These facts give the lie to another cherished myth about British justice, the alleged independence of the judiciary from politics. Now judges are often independent from Parliament. Given that Parliament is an elected institution, this is actually an advantage for the ruling class. It means that should the wrong people get elected to Parliament, and should these people by some mischance pass some inconvenient legislation, the judges will always be there to come up with an interpretation of the law that sets matters right again. It means that should the right wing decide that parliamentary democracy itself is inconvenient, then there are some judges around to provide a legal rubber stamp for the counter-revolutionary activities of the generals and police chiefs. The real function of the law therefore is the opposite of that claimed by the right. Far from protecting civilization, it protects a social order that threatens the existence of any civilization. Far from protecting the weak from the strong, it protects the rich from the poor, the exploiters from the exploited, the powerful from the 50. Potentially powerful. Any movement for serious social change cannot fail to come into conflict with the law. If it has illusions about it, it is hamstrung from the beginning. So how do they maintain their rule? All ruling classes maintain their rule by a combination of force and persuasion. These two aspects of ruling class power always complement and reinforce each other. In the Middle Ages, the feudal lord had his soldiers to ensure the peasants performed their work and paid their taxes, and the Catholic Church to explain to them that the feudal order was God's order. If the peasants rebelled, the Church was on hand to condemn their revolt as sinful. If anyone questioned the teachings of the Church, the soldiers were on hand to burn them as heretics. Today the ruling class has the police and ultimately the army to arrest pickets and demonstrators, and the mass media to explain that pickets and demonstrators are extremist monsters who threaten civilization as we know it. Insofar as the media is successful with its propaganda, it is easier for the police to smash picket lines. Equally, every success of the police in breaking a picket line reinforces the central message of ruling class ideology, that working people are powerless. The use of these two methods of control is something that does not change. It is a feature of all class-divided society. The fundamental antagonism between the classes is such that no ruling class is ever able to rule purely by consent. On the other hand, the fact that the exploited and the have-nots always vastly outnumber the exploiters and the haves means that no ruling class can survive purely by force. What does change, and sometimes very dramatically, is the balance between repression and ideological control. In some cases, such as South Africa, it is clear that the existing regime has lost practically all legitimacy and credibility in the eyes of the majority of the population and therefore has to depend primarily on force. In comparison, in Britain and Western Europe the element of force, though undoubtedly increasing in recent years, is still a secondary factor. The existing political and economic order, though not necessarily the particular government, still retains the support of the large majority. One of the most important features of bourgeois rule in modern capitalism is that simple ruling class manipulation of strategies of the system. 51. The education system and the mass media is insufficient to maintain ideological control. The size, strength, and organization of the working class is too great, and the daily clash of interests at the point of production too all-pervasive, for straightforward capitalist propaganda to be enough. Besides, propaganda may be powerful, but there is a limit to the extent to which it can get people to believe things that run directly counter to their own experience. Consequently, the crucial role in the stabilization of advanced capitalism is played by institutions which have their base not in the ruling class but in the working class, and which are seen as expressing working class interests and working class opposition to the system's worst excesses. Nonetheless, they accept and purvey the basic premises of the system and thereby serve to integrate the working class within it. In Britain this role is played primarily by the trade union bureaucracy and the Labour Party. If one looks at the strategy of the British ruling class in this light, it is clear that over the last quarter of a century it has pursued one single, central aim, that of raising the rate of profit of British capital, but has done so by different means. Essentially, it has oscillated between a strategy with the balance tilted towards force and one with the balance tilted towards consent. In the former strategy, the ruling class relies principally on its own party, the Tories, and on the law, the police, and the willingness of employers to take on the trade unions, combined with an economic policy that stresses market forces and encourages unemployment to rise. It attempts to impose cuts in working class living standards and weaken trade union resistance by more or less frontal assault. This has been the dominant approach in the Thatcher years. In the latter strategy it relies principally on the trade union bureaucracy. It attempts to reach an accommodation with the trade union leaders so that they in turn will sell the deal to their rank and file and impose the necessary discipline to make it stick. This was the approach of the social contract made between the trade union leaders and the labor governments of Harold Wilson and James Callaghan in the 1970s. As one strategy fails, so the ruling class switches its allegiance to the other. 52. Divided we fall. Yet are many they are few, wrote the poet Shelley in 1819, when urging the workers to rise like lions against their oppressors. It was true then and it remains true today. The ruling class proper, the big shareholders and financiers, the holders of key posts in industry, the city and the state is tiny, amounting to only 1 or 2% of the population. How then does this small minority of exploiters maintain its power over the vast majority of exploited? Clearly part of the answer is through the use of direct force such as the massive police operation against the miners in the 1984-5 strike. Equally clearly another part of the answer lies in the ruling class control of the media and the education system, which enables it to indoctrinate much of the working class with capitalist reactionary ideas. However, both these mechanisms of control, the head bashing and the head fixing, are made easier and more effective by the divisions which exist within the working class, divisions of craft, locality, nationality, race, sex, and so on. Let's take 2 examples of how this works. First, the division between British workers and Irish workers. The view that the Irish are stupid, and that the war in Northern Ireland is an incomprehensible conflict between religious maniacs, has permitted the army and police to develop their techniques of repression which if first used in Britain would have provoked a chorus of liberal protest. Once perfected and accepted, these techniques can then be transferred to Britain for use against workers here with relative impunity. Second, the division between men and women. The traditional stereotype of the working class woman as housewife and mother who leaves the world of work, trade unionism, and politics to her husband gives the working class man a position of relative privilege and dominance in the home. But immediately a strike or dispute breaks out, this dubious advantage backfires. The wife, if previously uninvolved and uninformed, experiences the strike not as a positive collective struggle but as a loss of family income, so as a threat to the security of the home. She is therefore vulnerable to the mass media's anti-strike propaganda. Strategies of the system. 53. What then is the root of these many divisions and how can they be overcome? The root lies in the nature of capitalism itself. Capitalism is a system based on competition between independent producing units, be they small shops, giant multinational companies or even capitalist states. And this competition, Marx pointed out, separates individuals one from another, not only the bourgeois but still more the workers, in spite of the fact that it brings them together. Under capitalism, labor power becomes a commodity which every worker has to sell to live. This makes every other worker a potential competitor in the labor market, and so long as workers see each other as competitors, they are a prey to every prejudice about their rivals, the Japanese, German, Korean, black, women workers who are supposed to be taking their jobs. And obviously the ruling class does everything it can to foster these prejudices. But if the divisions derive from the nature of capitalism, it is only in the course of struggle that they can be overcome. Clearly socialists must oppose all divisions in the working class at all times, exposing their consequences. However, socialist propaganda by itself cannot defeat the propaganda of the system. Only when it connects with workers' actual experience in struggle can it be really effective. The best illustration of this is the question of racism. This is one of the deepest divisions in the working class, and at present most white workers are to some extent racist, not violently racist like the National Front, but racist nevertheless. Moreover, it is a racism which is highly resistant to any amount of well-intentioned liberal moralizing. But consider what happens when black and white workers find themselves on strike together and on the same picket line. At once there is created the bond of being in the same struggle against the same enemy. The argument about class unity as opposed to racial division becomes concrete. It fits the immediate situation. When strike breakers approach, either the white workers overcome their prejudices and link arms with their black workmates, or they hand an obvious present to the boss. Thus the class is unified in struggle. Of course divisions are not always overcome and often workers are defeated because of them. But this we can say, the moment of the working class unification will coincide with the moment of its victory for the very simple reason that we are many and they are few. 54. Chapter 5. What do socialists say about overpopulation? One of the most common explanations of the scenes of mass starvation in Ethiopia and of the appalling phenomenon of third world poverty is that these countries suffer from overpopulation. There are simply too many mouths to feed, or so it is said. This argument is given added force by the fact that it seems to be believed by a number of third world governments. In recent times, for example, there have been the late Sanjay Gandhi's forcible sterilization campaign in India and the one-child policy in communist China. Nevertheless, despite this powerful backing, it is an argument that cannot withstand the slightest contact with the facts. Let us begin with the example of Ethiopia itself. Ethiopia has a population of 31 million in an area of 1,222,000 square kilometers. This gives it a population density of 25 per square kilometer American Samoa compared with 228 per square kilometer in Britain. Comparisons could also be made with West Germany, the Netherlands, and Japan. In other words, far from being overpopulated, Ethiopia is, in reality, very sparsely populated. But perhaps Ethiopia is an exception, or perhaps it is unreasonable to compare a largely rural third world country with advanced industrial nations. Let us have a look at a number of third world countries. First of all, the large majority of third world countries have relatively low population densities. Not that this helps them much. For example, Chad, Sudan, Somalia, Mali, Paraguay, and Bolivia all have population densities of less than 10 per square kilometer, yet all remain desperately poor. But what of India and China with their so-called teeming millions and their attempts at state population control? In fact, both have a population density less than Britain. India 208 per square kilometer, and China 102. Finally, there are those areas of the third world that are densely populated: Bangladesh, Hong Kong, Singapore, South Korea, Taiwan, Mauritius. Strangely, at least strangely for the overpopulation theory, many of these areas turn out to be among the most prosperous anywhere in the third world. Hong Kong, Singapore, and Taiwan are, after Japan, the three richest places in the whole of southern and eastern Asia, with South Korea making rapid progress in the same direction. Mauritius, off the east coast of Africa, is undoubtedly poor, but it has wealth per head more than 4 times the average for the area. In short, an examination of the facts shows that there is absolutely no causal connection between high population and poverty. Nor should this be surprising, for it is a question not only of facts but also of simple logic. Every extra person is not only an extra mouth to feed, but also an extra worker to produce goods. Also, it is important to ask why the population is growing in third world countries. The answer is not that people are having more children. The birth rate for the third world as a whole is 33 per thousand per year, slightly less than it was in Britain until the end of the 19th century, but that the death rate, in particular the infant mortality rate, is falling. This in turn comes from an improvement, albeit slight, in general living standards. Far from population growth causing poverty, it is in general a result of a small increase in prosperity. Why then, if it is such nonsense, is the overpopulation argument so popular? The answer is simple. It is because, for the world's ruling classes in both the developed countries and the third world itself, it is the perfect alibi. It distracts attention from the vast sums spent on arms which, if redirected, could solve the world's malnutrition problem, from the obscenity of food mountains hoarded because there is no profit in selling to the 56 equals poor, and from the looting of the third world by imperialism and the multinationals. Like so many capitalist ideas, it shifts the blame for the results of oppression from the system onto the oppressed themselves. The myth of overpopulation can be compared to society's other myths. For example, that people are unemployed because they're too lazy to work, that women are raped and battered because they ask for it, that people are poor because they are idle and spendthrift. The origins of the whole overpopulation theory date back to the 18th century parson and economist, Thomas Malthus, whose essay on population, published in 1798, was designed to counter radical ideas coming from the French Revolution. Marx scathingly dismissed Malthus' theory as a libel on the human race. 186 years have not improved it. Religion. Criticism of religion, wrote the young Marx, is the foundation of all criticism, and when he wrote this, in Germany in 1843, it was certainly true. At that time society and social thought were very much dominated by religion. Today in Britain the criticism of religion may seem a much less urgent matter. However, a glance round the world, at countries as different as Poland, Iran, Ireland, and Nicaragua, reveals many instances of religion exerting a major influence on the course of the class struggle. It is not, therefore, a question Marxists can afford to forget or ignore. What, then, is the Marxist attitude to religion? Consistent Marxists are, of course, atheists. The Marxist outlook is materialist. It regards the ideas in people's heads, including religious ideas, as a response to the material conditions of their lives. As Marx put it, man makes religion, religion does not make man. For Marx, religion is an upside-down worldview produced by an upside-down world. People deprived by class society of control of their own labor and the product of that labor are thereby deprived of control of their lives and of their society. They respond by projecting their aspirations to control their own destiny onto a supernatural omnipotent God, by projecting their dreams of happiness, peace, and fulfillment onto an imaginary afterlife. Religion arose first in circumstances where the low level of the productive forces made starvation, suffering and alienation inevitable. It gave illusory hope to those whose real situation was hopeless. It was, in Marx's words, the sigh of the oppressed creature, the heart of a heartless world, the opium of the people. Arising in this way, religion also serves to reinforce the conditions which generate it. Now that these conditions are no longer inevitable, it impedes the struggle to control the bakery on earth by promising pie in the sky hereafter. Religion therefore becomes a weapon in the hands of the ruling class. It sanctifies their laws as God's laws, their order as God's order, and their wars as God's wars. In preaching submission to divine authority, it simultaneously encourages submission to worldly power. For Marxists, the struggle against religious illusions is a necessary part of the struggle against the social system that produces those illusions. But in seeking to combat the influence of religion, we should not oversimplify its political role. Religion is not always the straightforward ally of all reaction. It can only sustain the class society on which it rests if it retains its hold on the minds of the masses. It therefore has to be adaptable, move with the times, proclaim its sympathy with the poor, and even at times for popular movements. Thus the Catholic Church in Poland could only exercise its moderating influence on Solidarity if it presented itself as an ally of the workers' movement. Because religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature as well as the opium of the people, and because the consciousness of the oppressed has been dominated by religion for centuries, it is often the case that genuine popular movements assume a religious form. This is particularly the case where the influence of Marxism is weak and where the peasantry plays the major role. It is in these cases that religion assumes its most radical form. Obviously, Marxists should not confuse the religious illusions of the oppressed with the established churches of the oppressors, any more than we confuse the reformist illusions of workers with the reformism of right-wing politicians. The drug addict is not the same as the drugs racketeer. Nor do we use these religious illusions to refuse solidarity with those in struggle. Nonetheless, even in its most left-wing forms, religion remains an obstacle to the self-emancipation of the working. 58. Class, always opening the way to notions of class peace and reconciliation. Above all, it cannot provide the scientific understanding of society which is the precondition of transforming society. Only Marxism can do that. War. The rise of the anti-nuclear movement has brought with it a resurgence of pacifism. Marxists, of course, support all movements to disarm the bourgeois state and share with the pacifists the desire to put an end to war and violence. The creation of a society totally free from war is in fact one of our central aims. But Marxists are not pacifists. Indeed, we are opposed to pacifism. The first reason for this is that pacifism is completely ineffective as an instrument for preventing or resisting war. This has been proved time and again in the 20th century. Both the First and the Second World Wars were preceded by widespread pacifist moods and powerful pacifist movements. A form of pacifism was the dominant ideology of the majority of the Second International, which organized millions of workers before 1914. And in the 1930s pacifist hopes were concentrated in the League of Nations. In both cases these pacifist movements not only failed to stop the war, but also collapsed into total impotence once the wars began. The root of pacifism's weakness lies in its failure to diagnose the causes of war. Pacifism tends to regard war as simply the product of misguided violent people with misguided violent attitudes. It therefore sees the remedy as lying in the large-scale conversion of people to peaceful attitudes. In reality, war has much deeper roots. Its main cause in the modern world is the capitalist system, which subordinates all production, and with it the whole of society, to the struggle for capital accumulation, which by its very nature is competitive. If the outbreak of violence between individual capitalists is prevented by the existence of the capitalist state, which has a monopoly of armed force, the existence of many such states only makes war between them all the more inevitable. Moreover, the power of the capitalist state is such that it can impose war on its population regardless of whether they want it or not, just as Thatcher could sight cruise missiles in Britain regardless of the opinion polls. So even if pacifism succeeded in converting a huge majority to nonviolence, it would still not be able to prevent war. The only way to abolish war is to abolish the system that generates it, and replace competitive production for profit by collective, cooperative, production for need. And this brings us to the second reason why Marxists are opposed to pacifism. In the struggle to change society, pacifism is not only ineffective, it is positively reactionary. Pacifism preaches nonviolence equally to all classes in society, but the only class it has any chance of influencing are the oppressed. The prospect of converting the ruling classes of the world, who know perfectly well that their wealth and power has always rested on the use of violence, is as remote as the prospect of the Second Coming. Apply this to such situations as Nicaragua, Vietnam, or South Africa. Unless one hopes for the pacifist conversion of the likes of Somoza, Nixon, Bush, de Klerk, and others, what pacifism would actually mean is telling the Nicaraguans, Vietnamese and black South Africans they mustn't resist imperialism, genocide, and apartheid because that would involve violence. Pacifism therefore disarms the oppressed in the face of capitalist and imperialist repression. It's exactly the same where the class struggle is concerned. Finally, pacifism paints capitalism in far more rosy colors than it deserves. By counterposing the struggle for peace to the struggle for socialism, pacifism encourages the idea that there could be a violence-free, war-free capitalism. This can only play into the hands of the cynical politicians, both bourgeois and reformist, who have much experience in deceiving the working class with hypocritical rhetoric about peace, while preparing to plunge them into war. Marxists see the preeminent divisions of the world not as those between nations, but between classes. Workers have nothing to gain from the waging of war between their capitalist rulers, except hardship, suffering, and death. Nor will they gain by victory in war, since this only strengthens the ruling class, the better to exploit the workers. As internationalists, Marxists call on workers of all countries to unite. In the case of an imperialist war between nations, we would call on workers of both countries to oppose the war and work for the defeat and overthrow of their own ruling class. 60. A. Terrorism. Marxism equals revolution. Revolution equals violence. Violence equals terrorism. Therefore Marxism equals terrorism. This line of argument is repeatedly insinuated by the ruling class and the media. However, the mainstream of the Marxist tradition has always been strongly opposed to the use of terrorism. The matter was first fully debated in Russia at the end of the 19th century when the Narodniks or Friends of the People were waging terrorist campaigns in their struggle against Tsarism. At that time the leading figures of the Russian Marxist movement Lenin, Plekhanov, Trotsky and others came out firmly against terrorism, and that has remained the position of our movement ever since. The exploitation and oppression that we are fighting against are the products not of particular government ministers, or even particular governments, but of the world economic system of capitalism. They can be ended only by the overthrow of the system, and that requires mass action by many millions of workers, not the assassination of individuals or the blowing up of particular targets, whatever their nature. Equally, the society which we want to put in the place of capitalism, one in which working people own and control industry and the state, can only be created by the mass activity of workers themselves, not the actions of a minority. Terrorism, whatever its subjective motive, represents an attempt by a tiny minority to substitute themselves for this mass action, to do for the working class what the working class can only do for itself. Even where the terrorist forces are large, the very nature of copyright the enterprise obliges them to operate independently of and behind the back of the working class. And even when terrorism has mass support, it cannot help but encourage in those masses an attitude of passivity, an expectation of liberation from above. Additionally, terrorism, if it results in the loss of innocent lives, alienates working class people from causes they might otherwise be won to support. In so doing, it creates a favorable atmosphere for increased state repression, which can be, and will be, directed against the left and the workers' movement in general. Finally, it frequently destroys or wastes the lives of 61. Many ardent young revolutionaries. Terrorism, therefore, is not a weapon of struggle of the working class, but of other classes. Trotsky once described the terrorist as a liberal with a bomb. Although some deluded would-be Marxists or anarchists have turned to terrorism, it is the middle-class-led nationalist or communal movement that is most characteristic of terrorist organization. It is therefore no surprise that terrorism should now be rampant in the Lebanon, where there exist a number of national and religious communities all driven to utter desperation by a veritable avalanche of oppression, while at the same time there is no socialist or working class alternative even in sight. But Marxist criticism of terrorism has nothing in common with the hypocritical condemnations and denunciations issued ceaselessly by the ruling class politicians and the media. When it comes to violence and the slaughter of innocents, the likes of Reagan and Thatcher can and do commit worse atrocities than the most extreme terrorists. In any conflict between the forces of the imperialist or capitalist states and the terrorist who represents the oppressed, our sympathies are unreservedly with the terrorist. Nor do we accept the alternative which the bourgeois politicians counterpose to terrorism, namely passive acquiescence to oppression or, at best, a vote in parliamentary elections. From the Marxist viewpoint, parliamentary democracy suffers from the same basic flaw as terrorism. It is a matter of expecting a small elite, albeit MPs instead of gunmen, to act on behalf of the workers themselves. The ballot and the bomb are at bottom two sides of the substitutionist coin. We do not deny to the working class and the oppressed the right to use violence against their oppressors. On the contrary, we think such violence is unavoidable because the ruling classes of the world will not surrender their power and privileges without a bitter struggle. We simply insist that, to achieve its aims, such violence must be exercised not by small elites, but by the mass of the working class, and directed not against individuals, but against the roots of the capitalist system. 62. Class. The term class is commonly used in a loose and confused way to refer to such things as a person's family background, education, and social standing. Sociologists also employ class as a category in surveys. Usually they regard a person's class as being defined by their occupation, with occupations ranked in 5 or 6 classes according to their supposed social status. In both its everyday and sociological usage, the purpose of the concept is to serve as a convenient label which can be attached to individuals so as to give some general idea of their lifestyle and attitudes. For Marxists, the concept of class serves a very different purpose. Its aim is not to determine the appropriate label for every individual, nor to depict exactly every gradation and shading of the social hierarchy. It is to identify the fundamental social forces whose conflict is the driving force of history. The Marxist theory of class is therefore, first and foremost, a theory of class struggle. What makes an aggregate of individuals into a class is not that they all have the same lifestyle or attitudes, or that they all receive the same pay, but that they have certain basic common interests in opposition to the interests of another class or classes. It is this conflict of interests that generates class struggle. There are of course innumerable conflicts of interests in society, ranging from the trivial squabble between neighbors to the tragic conflicts between people of different races or nations. But what makes class conflict more fundamental than all these other divisions is that it concerns conflicts of interest in the process of production, that is, in the very basis of society, in the starting point of all historical development. Antagonistic interests in the process of production are the result of exploitation, that is, the extraction by one group of people of surplus from the labor of another group. It is exploitation that divides society into opposed classes. The key to exploitation is the effective possession of the major means of production by one social group to the exclusion of the other group, who are thereby forced to work for the dominant group and to yield to them control of the social surplus. 63. Historically, these exploitative relations of production have taken many forms and have given rise to different sets of opposed classes, such as slave owners and slaves, lords and serfs, landowners and peasants. In capitalist society, the class struggle is principally between the capitalists and the working class. It is now nearly 140 years since Marx advanced the view that this is the fundamental division in modern society. Since then, sociologists have never ceased to claim that changes in the class structures of capitalism have refuted Marx's proposition and made it out of date. In particular, they have argued that as capitalism develops, so the working class declines as a proportion of society while the middle class expands. Recently, this old bourgeois argument has been given a new lease of life by certain well-known Marxists such as Erich Hobsbawm and André Gortz. In fact, the argument rests entirely on the notion of class as a matter of attitudes, lifestyle, and occupational category. The vast majority of those claimed for the expanding middle class, clerical and office workers, shop assistants, health workers, teachers, and the like, are, in terms of the relations of production, clearly workers. They neither own nor control the means of production. They live entirely by the sale of their labor power, and they are exploited by capital. They share the same basic economic interests as miners and car workers, dockers, and factory workers. There are indeed intermediate layers, managers and administrators, who are not themselves big capitalists, but who have some control over the means of production and who also direct the labor of others. But these remain relatively few in number. In terms of shaping history, it is not this layer that is decisive. The fundamental division and the fundamental struggle is now, more than ever, between capital and labor. Crime. The capitalist class has a love-hate relationship with crime, as can be seen from a glance at the capitalist media. The newspapers dutifully condemn crime, but they also delight in crime stories. Sex monster, the beast, and crime rate soars. 64. Are among the press's favorite headlines. TV and films are the same. There must be 1,000 cops and robbers shows for every film or play dealing with a strike. Nor is this just a matter of boosting sales and chasing ratings. The ambivalence reflects deep-rooted class interests. On the one hand, the ruling class is officially, and in a sense genuinely, opposed to crime. It needs the rule of law to prevent the poor helping themselves to the property of the rich, who do not appreciate being arbitrarily deprived of their Rolls-Royces and diamond tiaras, even if these are insured. Moreover, the smooth running of capitalism requires a degree of order in its business transactions, though this does not prevent numerous capitalists and capitalist officials committing all sorts of crimes. On the other hand, the ruling class knows that crime does not really threaten it. A class cannot be dispossessed by any number of individual robberies, and it knows that it reaps considerable benefits from the existence of crime. Every time the state is seen to deal with a crime, it reinforces its claims to represent the general good of society against antisocial elements, to be the defender of the weak against the strong, and masks its essential function of defending the rich against the poor. There is nothing like a real or imaginary crime wave for giving the state an excuse to strengthen its repressive powers. There is nothing like the law and order issue for electing right-wing governments and putting moderates on the defensive. For the capitalists, crime plays the same role as the external enemy. If crime did not exist, it would be necessary to invent it. Anyway, the capitalist system produces crime like running produces sweat. An economy based on competition, greed, exploitation, and alienation cannot do otherwise. Engels summed up the matter in a speech in 1845. Present-day society, he said, which breeds hostility between the individual man and everyone else, thus produces a social war of all against all, which inevitably in individual cases assumes a brutal, barbarously violent form, that of crime. Consequently, all those politicians' speeches promising a crackdown on crime are so much hot air. Capitalist governments can no more end crime than they can end capitalism. But what of socialism? In the speech quoted above, Engels also maintained that a socialist society would put an axe to the 65. Root of crime. To many this might seem a far-fetched claim. But provided we understand by socialism what Marx and Engels understood by it, and don't confuse it with Russian-type state capitalism masquerading as socialism, then it is not hard to see how crime could be abolished. A fully socialist society, in the Marxist sense, would be a society in which there was an abundance of the necessities of life, and in which goods were distributed according to need, that is, truly equally. In such a society, economic crime would become progressively pointless and impossible. Assume, for example, that everyone wanting a car could have one supplied free, and that all cars were designed for use, not prestige or status. There would then be no reason to steal cars they couldn't be sold, and if some eccentric wanted to accumulate cars for personal use, it would both be glaringly obvious and not matter much. Alternatively, assume that cars are discontinued and that instead there is a free and comprehensive public transport system which takes everyone wherever they want to go. Again, the opportunity and motive for crime would disappear. Socialism would mean that eventually all goods and services would be put on this kind of footing. Underscore this leaves crimes against the person, committed not from economic motives but from anger, passion, jealousy, bitterness, crimes such as murder, rape, and assault. Even today these are only a tiny proportion of crimes, and they too have social roots. Socialism will put an axe to. At present, one of the main causes and arenas of such crime is the restrictive capitalist family, which binds people through social pressure and economic dependency in relationships they find intolerable. Socialism will abolish this oppressive family by spreading the responsibility for childcare and housework and cutting all ties of dependency. People will be free to live, or not live, with who they want. In fact, socialism will humanize and liberate all personal relationships. This cannot help, at the very least, but greatly reduce all crimes against the person. The conclusion is simple. The only real fight against crime is the fight against capitalism itself, the biggest crime of all. 66. The family. Conservative politicians of all parties never cease singing the praises of the family. This phenomenon reflects the fact that "defend the family" has always been a key slogan and rallying cry for the ruling class. In view of these people's attitudes to such things as child benefit, cuts in education, health and social services, housing provision and the rest, all this pro-family propaganda could easily be dismissed as just monstrous hypocrisy. Nevertheless, it is important to recognize that there is an element of sincere class interest involved here. The ruling class recognizes, and has always recognized, that the family is a deeply conservative institution. They know that insofar as they can get working class men and above all working class women to view the world exclusively from the perspective of their individual family unit, they can create a powerful counterweight to class identification and class consciousness. They know that protecting my family was ever the alibi of the scab, that insofar as women remain mentally imprisoned in the home they will not develop a perspective of changing society, and that 99 times out of 100 the first authority confronted by the young rebel and revolutionary is the authority of the family. Consequently, the ruling class has carefully nurtured a mythology of the family. This mythology has two main elements. First, the family is projected as a universal, eternal, unchanging institution reflecting fixed biological and psychological drives. The family is normal, the family is a matter of human nature. Anyone not living within the accepted family structure or who is challenging this structure is therefore labeled abnormal, unnatural, and deviant. Secondly, the family is presented as an idyllic haven of harmony, love, and security, an institution which is perfectly adapted to the needs of both society and the individual. Anyone outside the family is therefore not only abnormal but also deprived. Marxism rejects this reactionary nonsense. The family is not a natural but a social institution. Like any other social institution, it has historical origins, roughly coinciding with the emergence of private property and the division of society into classes between 5 and 10,000 years ago. It has since 67 undergone a long process of historical development in which it has assumed widely differing forms. The result of this development is that the contemporary nuclear family is a structure adapted primarily not to the needs of men, women, and children but to the needs of a particular form of society, namely capitalism, and to its overriding aim, the accumulation of capital. In the capitalist class, it is a mechanism for the maintenance and inheritance of private property and class position. In the working class, it serves to produce and reproduce supplies of proficient labor power at very little cost to the employers or their state. This makes the reality of family life bear little or no relation to the idealized image. On the contrary, the family constitutes a major arena of oppression in which innumerable unhappy couples are bound together by economic and social dependence, in which half the working class, women, are confined and confirmed in the socially subordinate role of housewife. The family is also, far more often than is generally acknowledged, an arena of appalling physical and psychological violence, of wife beating and child battering, of father-daughter rape, of repression, inhibition, and victimization of its own members. Of course, despite this, most people still do choose to live in families. The social pressures on them to do so are considerable, and the alternative under capitalism can be grim loneliness and isolation in most cases. This brings us to the Marxist attitude to the family in the future. Marxists are opposed to the family as it is presently constituted. But the family cannot be banned or simply abolished. It must be replaced, and what replaces it must be experienced by the vast majority as something better, more liberating and more fulfilling. This involves complete equal pay and job opportunities for women in a context of full employment. It involves socializing the burden of housework by means of good communal restaurants and laundries in every neighborhood. It involves sharing childcare through nursery places for all children. It involves a lot of other far-reaching changes in the organization of society. So far-reaching, indeed, that they are inconceivable without a total transformation of society, a social revolution. 68. Chapter 6. The shape of the world. Surely we must defend the national interest? From the cradle to the grave we're encouraged to think of ourselves as members of a nation. Whether it is the World Cup or a royal wedding, the school history lesson or the latest export figures, the pressure is the same: identify with Britain, back Britain, believe Britain is best. And of course the same thing is going on in every other country. Every good little American, Japanese, or Russian is meant to grow up identifying with and believing in the superiority of America, Japan, Russia, or wherever. It's all rather absurd when you stop to think about it. But for our rulers it's also very necessary. They want it to be so all-pervasive, so obvious, that we never stop to think about it. Patriotism reinforces the idea that there is an overriding common interest uniting boss and worker, exploiter and exploited, in this little patch of the world against bosses and workers elsewhere. And secondly, it strengthens the power and authority of the state, which is the main force maintaining the rule of the exploiter over the exploited. That's why Marxists are not nationalists, but internationalists. We see the world in class terms, not national terms. This issue marks one of the clear dividing lines between reformists and revolutionaries, between those who accept the framework of the nation-state and those who want to overthrow it. Listen to any speech by any reformist politician, left or right. You will find it full of phrases such as saving our industry or getting our country going again. But it's not our industry or our country, both are owned lock, stock, and barrel by the ruling class. Every time the reformists talk this way they show the shape of the word 69. Themselves to be prisoners of ruling class ideology. At the same time they strengthen such ideas within the working class. Just as the bourgeoisie needs nationalism to bind the working class to itself, so the working class needs internationalism to establish its political independence as a class. Internationalism is also a necessity for the working class because, as the example of Russia shows, the revolution can succeed in one country for a time, but if it remains isolated it cannot survive indefinitely. Either international capitalism will overthrow it directly or, as in Russia, military and economic pressure will compel the revolutionary country to compete with capitalism on the latter's terms. That means the restoration of exploitation, class divisions, and the subordination of labor to capital. Internationalism is increasingly a necessity even in everyday trade union struggles. Faced with multinational companies playing off workers in different countries against each other, the best defense is international links between rank-and-file trade unionists. Workers of the world unite isn't just a fine-sounding phrase. Marxist internationalism means rejecting the policy of import controls. Apart from the fact that they would be an economic disaster because of retaliation from other countries, they replace a struggle to defend jobs against the attacks of the British ruling class with an attempt to solve unemployment by lining up with our bosses against the workers of Japan, Hong Kong, Germany, France, or wherever. Genuine internationalism involves much more than abandoning the cruder forms of national and racial prejudice and adopting a benevolent attitude to the peoples of the world. Nor is it a matter of an idealistic belief in the brotherhood of man. Indeed, it is a fundamental element of Marxist internationalism that not all men are brothers and not all women are sisters because society is divided into classes with antagonistic interests. Instead of viewing the world from the standpoint of one national state competing with other nation-states, Marxist internationalism takes as its starting point the struggle of the world working class against world capitalism. In this struggle we regard the interests of the class as a whole, internationally, as taking precedence over the temporary, short-term interests of 70. Any local or national section of the class. This kind of internationalism constitutes a very sharp break with policies declared to be in the national interest by the media and labor movement leaders alike. What about immigration? The leaders of all the main political parties are agreed that there needs to be strict control of immigration. So, probably, are most members of the general public. Marxists, however, are opposed to all immigration controls. Why? The first and most important reason is that immigration controls are racist. For a long time now, immigrant has served as a code word for black. All the various laws introduced to limit immigration, from the original Commonwealth Immigration Act of 1962 to the Tory Nationality Act of 1980, have had as their main purpose stopping black people coming to Britain. Whenever a politician starts talking about the immigration problem, you can be sure that they are trying to mobilize and cash in on the racism that is so deeply rooted in British capitalist society. The argument that always comes up in this context is that immigration must be controlled to ensure good race relations. This is both hypocritical and covertly racist. It involves saying to people, we don't want you to be racist because it's not very nice and causes a lot of trouble, and at the same time saying, but we recognize that black people are a problem and we'll do our best to keep them out. Immigration controls increase rather than hinder the growth of racism. They concede to the outright racists of the National Front and the Tory Monday Club the main point, namely that black people are a problem. Marxists, of course, make no concessions at all to this rubbish. It is not blacks but racism that is the problem, the legacy of Britain's long history of imperialism. It remains a powerful mechanism for dividing the working class and for diverting its anger onto vulnerable scapegoats. We must fight it tooth and nail. This alone is more than sufficient grounds to oppose immigration controls. But even if there was no element of racism 71 involved, if for example all the potential immigrants were white, Marxists would still be against immigration controls. It has been a consistent theme of ruling class propaganda that social problems such as poverty, unemployment, and the housing shortage are caused by there being too many people. This is a convenient excuse for the system. Every additional person entering the country is simultaneously an extra mouth to feed, person to be housed and so on, and an extra worker to produce the food, build the houses and so on. If capitalism doesn't employ them to do this necessary work, it is not because there are too many people, but because the capitalist economy is in crisis and because it is concerned with profit, not human need. When capitalism is in boom and capitalists are falling over themselves to expand their operations, there is usually a labor shortage. This is overcome by drawing people into the labor force from wherever there is a cheap and convenient supply, women from the home, peasants from the countryside, immigrants from poorer countries. When the boom turns to slump, nothing suits the system better than to be able to treat these workers as surplus to requirements and to suggest they are responsible for the crisis. Marxists reject this logic. We approach this question, as all others, not from the standpoint of a particular capitalist state, but from the standpoint of the interests of the international working class. These are best served by the free movement of workers around the globe. Not only does this enable workers as a whole to get the best price for the sale of their labor power, it also increases the international experience of the class and aids its ultimate international unification. We therefore reject completely all attempts by the ruling class to restrict or control the international migration of labor. So do socialists oppose national liberation movements. The fact that Marxists are internationalists who work for the worldwide unity of the working class does not mean we are indifferent to national oppression. On the contrary, we are its fiercest opponents. Marx, for example, was a lifelong supporter of independence for Poland, which then, as now, was oppressed by Russia, and independence for Ireland, then, as now, oppressed by Britain. 72. It may seem there is a contradiction here, internationalists supporting national liberation. However, the real question is how international unity is to be achieved. Firstly, Marxists are for voluntary, not forced, international unity, and voluntary unity implies the right of separation. National oppression creates a division between the working class of the oppressor nation and the working class of the oppressed nation. This division can only be healed if the working class in the oppressor nation fights for the self-determination of the oppressed nation. At the same time, national oppression creates a certain ideological bond between the ruling class and the working class in both the oppressor nation and the oppressed. Both these bonds can only be broken if the working class opposes national oppression, especially when perpetrated by its own state. Opposition to all national oppression is therefore an essential part of real internationalism. The rise of imperialism made this question central to socialist strategy. By the end of the 19th century, a handful of advanced capitalist countries had turned most of Africa, Asia, and Latin America into their colonies or semi-colonies. At the time, much of the European socialist movement either openly supported or, at best, passively accepted this development. It was Lenin who saw that imperialism would inevitably generate struggles for national liberation and who argued that the working class of the advanced countries must establish an alliance with the national liberation movements against the imperialist ruling classes. Today the nature of imperialism has somewhat changed, and in most cases these colonies have been granted formal independence while the pressure of the world market ensures that their economic exploitation continues. But national liberation struggles are by no means a thing of the past. In El Salvador and Nicaragua, in Poland and Eritrea, in Ireland, in Israel and the Lebanon, the fight against national oppression continues, whether that oppression is perpetrated by the United States, or Stalinist Russia, or Zionism. In all these cases Marxists give their unconditional support to the freedom fighters. However, unconditional is not the same as uncritical. Nor does support for national liberation mean overestimating its significance. The achievement of national independence is a bourgeois democratic, not a socialist task, and national revolution is not a socialist revolution unless it is led by the working class. Even then it can't be sustained unless it becomes part of a process of international revolution. This is particularly important because the period since 1945 has seen a succession of national revolutions led by bourgeois or petty bourgeois forces calling themselves communist or socialist. China, Cuba, Vietnam, Angola, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe are some of the main examples. In none of these cases has the working class actually come to power, yet many on the left have sought to substitute these anti-imperialist movements for the struggle of the working class in both the advanced countries and in the Third World itself. Their attitude has led to repeated disillusionment as each of these regimes has failed in its apparent promise. Marxists therefore oppose all forms of national oppression and support the struggle for national liberation, but do so as internationalists, not nationalists. We do not merge with bourgeois nationalism or drop our criticism of its limitations. Instead we work to bring to the fore the working class both as the leader of the national revolution and at the same time as a part of the international working class, the only force that can bring real liberation from capitalism and imperialism and unite the human race. What do you mean by unconditional but critical support? Let's take a current and important example. What should the attitude of Marxists be to the African National Congress, one of the leading forces in the black struggle against apartheid? The answer is clear. First of all, we support the ANC unreservedly and unconditionally against the racist South African regime. We defend its right to take up arms against the repressive state, we call for the release of its political prisoners, and we applaud its courage and its victories. At the same time we are critical of the ANC's political line and practice. We criticize its belief in a cross-class alliance of all blacks and progressive whites, and its relative neglect of the role of the black industrial working class. We also disagree with its stages theory, by which it separates the struggle against 74. Apartheid, the struggle for democratic political rights, from the struggle for socialism itself. For this leads to a willingness to negotiate and compromise with the representatives of white capital. Experience in other parts of the world has shown that this gives political rights to the middle class while leaving workers little better off. However, our attitude to the ANC is only one example of a general stance, unconditional but critical support, which Marxists take towards numerous movements round the world today. For example, we supported the Sandinistas in Nicaragua against U.S. intervention and the Contras, but criticized their alliance with the Nicaraguan bourgeoisie and their maintenance of capitalism. Another example is the IRA, who we support against British imperialism and the Orange reactionaries, but criticize for their reliance on terrorism and their failure to mobilize the working class. This is a position which people often find difficult to grasp. It seems to them a contradiction. Surely, they think, if you support a movement you shouldn't criticize it. Or, conversely, if you criticize it you can't really support it. Consequently, the position of critical support comes under fire from a number of directions. From the right it is argued that if a movement pursues tactics or undertakes actions which we regard as wrong, then that movement should be condemned. From the ultra-left it is sometimes argued that since Marxists have important differences with national liberation movements we should give them no support whatever. From other sections of the left comes the emotive argument that since these movements and their leaders display immense courage we have therefore no right to criticize them at all. All these arguments are wrong. The right-wing argument is wrong because movements and struggles should be judged primarily not by particular actions and tactics but by the social forces they represent. To condemn a movement of the oppressed on the grounds of its tactics, even where those tactics are clearly mistaken, is to give tacit or open support to the oppressor. The ultra-left argument is wrong because, albeit from different motives, in refusing to support national liberation. 75. Struggles it arrives at the same objective position as the right wing, and is therefore self-defeating. There is no neutrality in the class struggle. Marxists are part of the working class, part of the oppressed and part of the left. Its victories are our victories, its defeats are defeats, no matter who the leaders or what the tactics may be. The argument for supporting liberation movements without criticism is also wrong. Courage and heroism should always be given their due, but they are no guarantee of tactics that can win or of a political line that represents the interests of the working class. The IRA fights bravely, but its military strategy cannot defeat the British Army. The Iranian masses braved the hideous repression of the Shah only to install the Ayatollah Khomeini's Islamic Republic. To abandon criticism is to abandon Marxist principles and therefore to abandon our defense of the interests of the working class. Unconditional but critical support is thus an essential position for Marxists. It is crucial for all our political work not only in relation to national liberation movements but also in the British class struggle. We supported wholeheartedly the struggle of the Liverpool Labour councillors against the Tory government, but we criticise their inadequate strategy. If tomorrow the General Secretary of the TGWU finds himself before the courts for breaking Tory anti-union laws, we will mobilise in his support, but we won't drop our criticisms of him as a trade union bureaucrat. Without the combination of both support and criticism, Marxists are condemned to either sterile sectarianism or crude opportunism. What happened in Russia? The Russian Revolution of 1917 proved that revolution can succeed, that the working class can overthrow capitalism and take control of society, but it also confirmed the Marxist view that a socialist revolution could survive only if it were part of an international revolution. On this Marx, Engels, Lenin, Trotsky, indeed all Marxists before Stalin had insisted. Russia today is a result, not of the revolution of 1917, but of the defeat of that revolution by the Stalinist counter-revolution of the 1920s. How this defeat came about is extremely important for all socialists to understand. The essence of the 1917. 76. Why revolution was the establishment of workers' power through the rule of Soviets or workers' councils. Both the revolution and the functioning of the Soviets depended on a working class with a high level of political consciousness, activity, and enthusiasm. In 1917 the Russian working class possessed these qualities in abundance, but in the years following the revolution it lost them. This was not because of some natural law that revolution must fail, but because of the material conditions prevailing in Russia at the time. Above all, it was because of the hideous civil war of 1918-21, backed by Britain, France, and other imperialist powers. The Civil War claimed the lives of a huge proportion of the most politically advanced workers who formed the core of the Revolutionary Red Army. It also utterly devastated the Russian economy. Industry and transport ground to a halt. Factories stood idle, famine and epidemics raged. Many workers fled to the countryside in search of food. By 1921 the total number of industrial workers had fallen from 3 million to 1.25 million, and those that remained were politically exhausted. They were simply unable to maintain the control over society they had won in October 1917. In the absence of an active working class, the Bolsheviks were forced to rely more and more on the old Tsarist officials to administer the country. In the process they themselves tended to become a bureaucracy divorced from popular control. The individual who personified and led this development was Joseph Stalin. The rise of Stalinism did not go unresisted. Lenin himself devoted the last months of his life, when he was incapacitated by illness, to a desperate struggle against bureaucracy in general and Stalin in particular. Subsequently almost all the leading Bolsheviks made some attempt to block the path of the Stalinist counter-revolution, and Trotsky remained its uncompromising opponent until his death. But all the social conditions favored the bureaucracy, and step by step Stalin and his supporters were able to defeat their opponents until by the end of the 1920s all effective opposition was eliminated and all workers' rights were removed. The only thing that could have prevented the rise of the bureaucracy was international revolution. If the revolution had spread rapidly to other European countries, the Civil War would have been won before the working 77 class was decimated. Even as late as 1923, revolution in Germany would have transformed the situation. It would have brought aid to poverty-stricken Russia and so strengthened the workers. It would have removed the threat of intervention and with it the need to compete militarily and economically with Western capitalism. After 1923, the bureaucracy turned its back on the international revolution. It was concerned with developing its own power, not spreading workers' power. Hence Stalin's policy of socialism in one country. In practice, this meant strengthening the Russian state in competition with the West, by exploiting the workers and peasants. The system was, and is, state capitalism. From Stalin to Gorbachev, the basic structure of power has remained unchanged. Russia today is nothing to do with socialism. It is the opposite of socialism. But the real lesson of the Russian Revolution is not that socialist revolution can't work. It is that revolution must spread internationally. Was China any different? China, with its billion-strong population and its vast land area, was in 1949 the scene of the 20th century's Second Great Revolution. Yet nowadays China is hardly mentioned on the left except to condemn the horrifying suppression of the pro-democracy movement in Beijing's Tiananmen Square in May 1989. It wasn't always so. In the 1960s, China was a major influence on what was then known as the New Left. Generally speaking, China was seen as offering an attractive alternative model of socialist construction far more dynamic and revolutionary than Russia. The decade of the 1970s was ruthless with these hopes and illusions. It saw China enter into open alliance with U.S. imperialism, make war on Vietnam, support the murderous Pol Pot regime in Kampuchea and the South African-backed UNITA movement in Angola, and generally pursue a foreign policy worthy of Franco's Spain. Internally, it saw the public renunciation of the Cultural Revolution and much of the legacy of Mao, the opening of China to foreign capital, and even flirtation with such evidently bourgeois values as fashion and consumerism. Small wonder then that Chinese sympathizers were 78. Disillusioned. China became a bad dream best forgotten. But the current attitude towards China on the left represents more than just disappointment. It also marks a failure of understanding and analysis. For events in China could be understood only with the aid of the Marxist theory of state capitalism, first developed in relation to Russia. The Chinese Revolution of 1949, for all its scale and grandeur, was never a workers' revolution. The working class played no active role in it whatsoever. Rather, it was a military victory in which a peasant-based army led by a middle-class political elite conquered the cities from the outside. The result was not workers' control or workers' power, still less socialism, but the establishment of the political elite as a new ruling class. The aim of this new ruling class, despite its radical rhetoric, was not world revolution but the independent, national development of China in competition with the rest of world capitalism. The very low level of economic development in China necessitated the high level of exploitation of its workers and peasants. The numerous power struggles within Chinese communism were about how to achieve the aim of national development, not about the goal itself, which was shared by all factions. Once this basic dynamic of the regime is understood, recent events in China are cause for neither surprise nor despondency. China broke from Russia in the late 1950s because it did not wish to become a Russian client state like Poland or Hungary. For a while it attempted to develop its economy alone in opposition to both the superpowers. The failure of this attempt has forced it to establish links with more developed economies. The importance of all this for Marxists is that it was the decisive test for the kind of third world nationalist socialism many on the left still worship from afar. In terms of traditions and language, Mao stood far closer to Marxism than Castro or the Sandinistas. In terms of size and resources, it was far better placed than Nicaragua or Tanzania to achieve independent economic development. But China has neither achieved socialism nor even sustained its economic independence from international capital. The fate of the Chinese Revolution provides crucial confirmation of two basic Marxist propositions: firstly, that there is no substitute for the working class as the agent of socialism. 9. And secondly, that capitalism has created an integrated world economy from which there is no ultimate escape except through world revolution. But isn't a simultaneous world revolution impossible? Yes, a world revolution that takes place everywhere at once is impossible or extremely unlikely. But this isn't what Marxists are talking about. What we are proposing is that successfully carrying out a revolution in one country can become the starting point for spreading the revolution internationally. This was the strategy proposed by Lenin and Trotsky, and it is one that is entirely realistic. Socialism in one country is impossible because sooner or later world capitalism will either overthrow an isolated revolution by military force or it will do what it did to Russia. The isolated Russian economy was forced to compete in a world market on terms laid down by capitalism. The result was the restoration of capitalist economic relations. Russian workers suffered super-exploitation as Stalin built new industries to compete with the West. But the return of exploitation was not inevitable. There was an alternative road, presented by Leon Trotsky, who began from the perspective of spreading the revolution. There are a number of reasons why this was possible and why it would be possible in any truly revolutionary upheaval. Firstly, the crisis of capitalism, which creates the conditions for revolutionary upheavals, would be an international, not a national crisis. This is bound to be the case because the capitalist economy is fully international. Every national economy is integrated into that world economy. As a result, the conditions creating the revolution in one country would exist in many other countries at the same time. Secondly, the victory of the working class in one country would inspire workers in other countries to follow their example. It would show that workers could take power, and so would raise workers' confidence enormously. An outline would exist of the basic strategy and tactics to be used. Thirdly, the existence of workers' power in one country would provide a focus around which a worldwide revolutionary movement could be supported and organized. This doesn't mean imposing revolution by force. It means drawing together the most 80 advanced workers of all countries to discuss how the fight for workers' power could be carried on and how the maximum international solidarity for the revolutionary struggle could be mobilized. All these factors were at work in the years following the Russian Revolution. The First World War, which helped cause the revolution, also plunged all of Europe into a revolutionary storm. The German Emperor was overthrown and the Austrian Empire collapsed. In Bavaria and Hungary there were short-lived Soviet republics. In Germany the revolution seemed set to succeed in both 1919 and 1923, while Italy saw a massive wave of factory occupations in 1920. The Russian Revolution was a tremendous encouragement to those workers involved. The idea of Soviets or workers' councils as the basis for workers' power was taken up by the workers of many countries during the course of the struggle. And in 1919 the Bolsheviks were able to found the Communist International, organizing revolutionary workers worldwide. But the revolutionary wave was defeated and capitalism survived, though it was a close thing. Today the possibility of such an international wave of revolution is even greater than in the years 1917 to 1923. The development of capitalism has strengthened its international nature. The working class in every country is larger and has greater economic power than in Russia in 1917. The development of international communications and transport has made international contact far easier. Such developments will increase the impact of any revolutionary breakthrough and help spread the ideas of workers' power. 81. Chapter 7. The Future Socialist Society. What will things be like after the revolution? How will we deal with such and such a problem under socialism? How will X, Y, or Z be organized? These sorts of questions are often put to Marxists. It has to be said that the answers given are frequently vague. Certainly the writings of Marx in this area are slight compared with his monumental analysis of capitalism and his works on history and contemporary politics. Although what Marx did have to say on the subject possessed all his customary brilliance and formed the basis for all subsequent Marxist thinking about socialism, it remains the case that he dealt with the major problems only in the broadest outline. There were good reasons for this. Before Marx, the dominant school of socialism was that of the utopians, such as Saint-Simon and Fourier of France and Robert Owen of England. The utopians specialized in drawing up grandiose schemes for the future organization of society but lacked any strategy for bringing them about, apart from appealing to the goodwill of the ruling class. Marx was determined to differentiate his scientific socialism from this middle-class daydreaming. He stressed that socialism could arise only from the actual contradictions in capitalism, the anarchy in capitalist production, and the antagonism between the working class and the bourgeoisie. This set very strict limits to predictions about the organization of socialist society, limits which excluded any attempt at a detailed blueprint. In the main, these limits remain in force today. Since socialism emerges out of capitalism as a result of a successful struggle against it by the working class, the specific 82 asterisk measures introduced by the revolutionary socialist government will obviously depend on the particular economic, social, and political conditions obtaining at the time. We cannot know in advance what those will be any more than we can now forecast the date of the revolution. Also, since the whole point of the socialist revolution is to place society under the conscious control of the working class, there are many questions which it is futile to try to answer in advance and which must simply be left to workers of the future to decide. There is, for example, no point in trying to draw up plans now for the design of housing in the future socialist society. It will all depend on the kind of houses people in the future choose to live in. Nevertheless, questions remain. If people are to take up the struggle for socialism, they want to know what they are fighting for. This is especially true when the matter has been so clouded by the phenomenon of Stalinism in Russia and Eastern Europe, and by the numerous other regimes around the world which claim the title socialist. There is a need in socialist propaganda for angry denunciation of capitalism. There is a need for hard-headed analysis of the strategy and tactics of the workers' movement. But there is also a need for inspiration, for a vision of the goal which makes the struggle worthwhile. Moreover, in certain respects we are better placed than Marx to answer some of these questions. A further century of capitalist development has involuntarily prepared the ground for socialism in many ways and made it easier to envisage how certain goals set down in principle by Marx, such as the achievement of material abundance or the overcoming of the division of labor, can actually be realized. Also, we have the advantage of a century of workers' struggle. We do not, as yet, have experience of full socialism in the Marxist sense. But we do have the experience of a few years of socialist revolution in Russia, and of numerous near misses, the workers' revolutions that failed, like those in Spain in 1936 or Hungary in 1956, which contain the seeds of socialism. It is for these reasons that this chapter will attempt to set out in some detail a Marxist view of the future socialist society. I stress the word attempt because, quite apart from the personal errors and idiosyncrasies that may creep into my account, one thing is certain: the reality of socialism will differ markedly from any possible anticipation of it. This does not, however, invalidate the enterprise to try to show concretely how it is possible for humanity, through socialism, to eradicate the fundamental problems that plague it under capitalism and win real freedom. One further preliminary point needs to be made. Socialism or communism, to use Marx's original term, is not a ready-made state of society that can simply be introduced the day after the revolution. Rather, it is a historical process. This process begins with the destruction of the capitalist state by workers' revolution. It is completed only when a fully classless society is achieved on a world scale, that is, when the whole human race collectively manages its affairs without class antagonism or class struggle. Between the overthrow of capitalism and the classless society lies a period of transition. Called by Marx the dictatorship of the proletariat, it is more simply referred to as workers' power. When discussing the socialist future, it is always essential to bear this in mind. For what can and will be done in the initial stage when the working class, although in power, is still locked in struggle with the dispossessed bourgeoisie, is not at all the same as the possibilities that open up when humanity is at last fully united. The conquest of political power. The first and most immediate task confronting a successful workers' revolution is that of consolidating its own rule and defending itself against capitalist counter-revolution. This is crucial, indeed a matter of life or death, for the experience of every revolution from the Paris Commune onwards shows that the bourgeoisie is prepared to resort to the most ruthless violence to retain its power or to regain power it has lost. In order to break the fierce resistance of the dispossessed ruling class, which will be backed by the rest of international capitalism, the working class will have to create its own state. This state, like any other, will be a centralist organization exercising ultimate authority in society and having at its disposal decisive armed forces. But here the resemblance between the new workers' state and the preceding capitalist state ends. The old capitalist armed forces and police will be disbanded. In essence, they will already have been in a state of collapse for the revolution to have 84 succeeded. They will be replaced with organizations of armed workers' militias. The foundation of these militias will probably have been laid in the course of the revolution, and it is likely that they will be drawn from, and remain linked to, the major factories and workplaces. Unless the revolution has had to fight an all-out civil war or invasion, service in the militia will be on a rota basis so as to train and involve the maximum number of workers in the armed defense of their power, and to ensure that the militia do not separate themselves off from the working class as a whole. The militia will also be in charge of everyday law and order, a task which, because of their roots in the community, they will perform far more effectively than the capitalist police. All officers in the militia will be elected, be subject to regular re-election, and be paid average workers' wages, principles which will apply to all the officials of the new state. However, the core institutions of the new state will be not the workers' militia but the network of workers' councils. Workers' councils are regional bodies of delegates elected from workplaces which in turn will send delegates to a national workers' council. It is this latter body that will be the highest power in the land. The government, the militia, and all other state institutions will be responsible and accountable to the National Workers' Council. Different political parties, providing they accept the basic framework of the revolution, will operate freely within the councils, with the party which has the majority support from the workers forming the government. In all likelihood this will be the party which has led the revolution. The reason that we can predict this role for workers' councils is not that it has been laid down in tablets of stone by Marx, but that every workers' revolution, and every attempted workers' revolution in this century has created such bodies or the embryos of such bodies. The first Workers' Council, or Soviet, as it was called, arose in St. Petersburg in Russia during the 1905 revolution. Later examples are the Russian Soviets of 1917, the Workers' Councils of Germany in 1918-19, and the Central Workers' Council of Budapest in 1956. Examples of embryonic councils are the factory councils in Italy in 1919-20 and the court ones in Chile in 1972. The Future Socialist Society 85. For the same reason, it would be pointless to attempt to go into further detail about the organization of workers' councils. Such councils arise not after the revolution in accordance with some preset plan but in the course of the revolution in order to enable the working class to coordinate its forces. As organs of struggle, their initial structure will necessarily be improvised to meet the requirements of the day and will thus vary enormously depending on circumstances. At this point a vital question arises. How democratic will workers' power be? It is true the rule of workers' councils will not be, in formal terms, an absolute democracy. There will not be complete universal suffrage because the nature of the system will exclude the old bourgeoisie and its main associates from the electoral process. but what is lacking in formal terms will be more than made up for in terms of real democratic participation by the mass of people. The democracy of workers' councils will be based on collective debate and discussion and on the ability of the electors, because they are a collective, to control their representatives. The mechanism of this control will be very simple. If delegates do not represent the will of their electors, they will simply be recalled and replaced by mass meetings in the workplaces. Naturally, this kind of control is impossible with area-based constituencies in a parliamentary system. Instead of one day's democracy every 5 years for everyone, in a socialist society there will be ongoing involvement in actually running the state for the vast majority. Sometimes people worry that a system based on workplaces would exclude sections of the working class, such as housewives, pensioners, and the unemployed, who are not in workplaces. Yet one of the great virtues of workers' councils is their flexibility and adaptability to the changing structure of the working class. In the Spanish Revolution of 1936, for instance, among the key organs of workers' power were the neighborhood committees set up in each working class district of the major cities. These bodies, representing the whole population of the district, organized and controlled workers' militias, food distribution, education, and many other areas of everyday life. Providing the core of the structure is rooted in the workplaces, there will be no reason why other groups should not. 86. Form collectives and their delegates be incorporated into the councils. The fundamental feature of the workers' state will be that it relies upon and mobilizes the self-activity, organizing ability and creativity of the mass of the working class to build the new society from the bottom upwards. In this way it will be 1,000 times more democratic than the most liberal of bourgeois democracies which, without exception, depend on the passivity of working people. All this sounds marvelous, and rightly so. It will be marvelous, as the brief periods when workers have taken control have shown. Read, for instance, John Reed's account of Russia in 1917 in 10 days that shook the world, or George Orwell's Homage to Catalonia. But how much repression will there have to be? What freedom will there be for those who think differently? Repression and freedom under workers' power. Thanks to ruling class propaganda, revolution is linked in many people's minds with the guillotine and firing squads. As a result of Stalinism, the post-revolutionary regime is often thought of as one of grey repressive uniformity, in which anyone who doesn't toe the party line gets a visit at 4 o'clock in the morning. Both these images are linked with specific historical circumstances: the short-lived terror during the French Revolution and the defeat of the Russian Revolution. As the previous section made clear, Marxists conceive of workers' power as a vibrant workers' democracy which would vastly increase the power, rights, and freedoms of working people. Nevertheless, it has to be frankly stated that some repression, some use of direct force, will be necessary not only to overthrow the capitalist state but also after the revolution to maintain workers' power. The class struggle does not come to an end with the victory of the revolution, especially when we are as yet talking only about victory in one country. Moreover, the very newness of the workers' state will make its rule fragile for a period. The old ruling class and sections of the middle class will regard the workers' regime as a temporary aberration and, speculating on its early downfall, will accept neither its legitimacy nor its authority. They will undoubtedly attempt to block and to sabotage the building of the new society and, if given the chance, to destroy it by force. The future socialist society. 87. They must not be given the chance. Capitalist resistance must be broken firmly and relentlessly and with as much force as necessary. But to go beyond this general statement and speculate on exactly how much repression will be required, to try to specify in advance who will be put on trial, what will be done with them and so on, seems to me pointless. It will depend on the balance of class forces. The weaker the position of the working class and the greater the bourgeois resistance, the more direct revolutionary force will be needed. The more overwhelming the strength of the working class, the more mere legal sanctions will be enough. For this reason, the only real experience of workers' power we have to go on, the early years of the Russian Revolution, cannot be regarded as a model for future practice. The position of the Russian working class as a small minority in an economically backward country devastated by war and faced by all-out armed counter-revolution and foreign intervention on a massive scale was exceptionally difficult. The Bolsheviks had no choice but to introduce a highly authoritarian regime. It is virtually certain that in any major country today, including all the more developed third world countries, where the level of the productive forces, the standard of living, and the size of the working class are all much higher than they were in Russia, the position of the working class will be far more favorable. In these circumstances, the repression that will be necessary will be repression of a small minority by the huge majority, and will therefore be much less severe, not only than was the case in Russia, but than is required to maintain the rule of the exploiters in present capitalist society. Moreover, provided the revolution is spread to other countries, the need for repression will rapidly disappear as the bourgeoisie itself passes into history and the restoration of capitalism becomes an ever more absurd pipe dream. As far as freedom of speech, of the press and of political organizations are concerned, it is possible to say a good deal. The bourgeoisie makes much of its commitment to these liberties, but in practice the economic structure of capitalism continually restricts the ability of most ordinary people to take advantage of them. In contrast, workers' power will mean, from the very 88 beginning, an enormous increase in real freedom in all these areas for every section of the population, apart from the old ruling class and those who wish to incite counter-revolution. The workers' state will take over the facilities and make available the time for mass participation in public debate to become a reality. Above all, the workplaces where under capitalism freedom of speech is severely limited by the ever-present power of the employers to hire, promote, and fire will become centers of democratic discussion. What is more, people will want to participate in the discussion because what is said, instead of being wasted breath and useless protest, will have a direct effect in determining how their daily lives are organized. Under capitalism, freedom of the press is a myth. Newspaper publishing, being a business, is controlled by big businesses, that is, by the ruling class. Under workers' power, the printing presses, paper stocks and so on will be nationalist, but their use will be made available to groups and organizations within the working population according to the degree of support they have. This will lead to a far greater diversity of views and a far more vigorous debate than is the case today. The television, radio, and other mass media will also be opened up to public use. These institutions represent an enormous potential, almost completely untapped under capitalism, for mass participation. Instead of channels of one-way communication, from them to us, the broadcasting media will become means through which different sections of the working class will communicate to each other their problems, opinions, and proposals. The workers' state will not be a one-party state. The working class itself will most likely provide the basis for a number of competing parties representing different shades of interest and opinion, and there should also be room for non-working class parties, provided, again, that they are not counter-revolutionary. Trade union organization will flourish and will have a major role to play in the running of the economy and the state. But the trade unions will also retain the right to strike, since even under a workers' state sections of the working class may need to defend their interests against abuse and should keep this ultimate weapon. In short, workers' power will mean a real explosion of freedom for the exploited, the oppressed, and the downtrodden. The Future Socialist Society 89. The conquest of economic power. The foundation of socialism, like that of every other form of society, lies in the economy. Consequently, the working class will immediately set about using its political power to achieve the conquest of economic power, that is, to take into its hands all the major means of production in society. Unless this is done fairly rapidly, the workers will be unable to maintain their political rule. The formal mechanism through which economic power will be established is a familiar one, namely nationalization. The process is likely to begin as it did in the Russian Revolution, with the nationalization of all land. Because land is immovable, this is an extremely simple measure and can be carried out by decree on day one of the revolution. Also urgent are the nationalization of the banks and the imposition of strict controls backed by other revolutionary measures to prevent the inevitable attempt at a flight of capital abroad. From there the workers' state will move to the progressive takeover of the main firms and industries. Small businesses employing only 1 or 2 workers can mostly be left to later. The immediate task is to gain control of the decisive levers of economic power, of the commanding heights as numerous unimplemented labor manifestos have called them. However, here it is necessary to distinguish sharply between this revolutionary nationalization and the kind practiced in the past by labor governments. Both are forms of state ownership. But in this case the state in question is an organization of the collective working class, as opposed to the nationalizations of the past under a capitalist state, an organization of the capitalist class. So, firstly, nationalization will not simply be an action taken from above by the central state power. It will combine legal takeover at the top with workers' action at the base, in many cases through factory occupations. Secondly, nationalization will be without compensation, since the object of the exercise is precisely to break the economic power of the bourgeoisie. Thirdly, and most importantly, nationalization will be under workers' control. It is impossible to predict precise forms, but probably each factory or workplace will be run by an elected 90 council which will be accountable to periodic mass meetings of the workforce. A similar arrangement would apply to the management of whole industries, but with representatives from the trade unions and the workers' government. Workers' control of industry is essential. A working class that is unable to control its own workplaces will not be able to control its own state. If control of the new state industries is transferred to a privileged bureaucracy, as has happened in Russia, then sooner or later this will come to exert a decisive influence in the society and class divisions will re-establish themselves. Of course, the ability of workers to run industry is often doubted. There will have to be experts, is the cry, and it is the experts who will really control things. This underestimates the abilities of the working class and misunderstands the role of technical experts. Even under capitalism it is generally the workers, not management, who have the best grasp of the immediate production process. Many of the skills of management are concerned not with production but with marketing and maintaining the rate of exploitation, skills which will be redundant in the new society. As for the layer of technical experts, they will be necessary for a period until the education of workers is dramatically improved. But they will simply work for and under the direction of the factory or industrial council just as today they work for the bosses. If they obstruct and sabotage, they will be disciplined and dealt with, just as they are if they obstruct and sabotage a capitalist firm. If absolutely necessary they will have to perform with workers' guns at their heads, but in fact it is reasonable to suppose a victorious socialist revolution will win over the majority of such people. Once workers' ownership and control of industry are established, it will be possible to proceed to the introduction of a planned economy. Again, it is necessary to distinguish between socialist planning and the capitalist and state capitalist planning we are used to. The plan will not be a rigid scheme imposed from above. The working class must be the subject, not the object, of the plan. The planning process will begin at the base in workplace meetings, factory councils, and workers' councils, with the Future Socialist Society 91. Determination of people's needs and priorities and an assessment of the productive capacities of each workplace. On the basis of this input from below, the government will have to draw up a coherent plan matching capacity to requirement. The whole plan will then have to be submitted to the working class for debate, and to its representatives in the workers' councils for amendment and approval. This will be an intensely democratic process, and it is only on a democratic basis that it can hope to succeed. For, as the experience of Stalinist Russia has shown, bureaucratic, authoritarian planning leads to false information being fed in from below and formal rather than real plan fulfillment. The achievement of a workers' planned economy will not only solve the worst economic problems of capitalism but will open immense possibilities for the future. At this point it is impossible to postpone further the question of spreading the revolution to other countries. For unless this problem is tackled, all the hopes and plans for socialism will come to nothing. Spreading the revolution, the international dimension, it would be enormously to the advantage of socialism and the working class for the socialist revolution to occur more or less simultaneously in a number of countries. Nevertheless, so far in this book I have assumed a revolution occurring first of all in one country. This is realistic. The experience of revolutions up to the present suggests that, despite the drawing together of all nations in the modern world, the differences in the national patterns of class struggle are such that the revolutionary breakthrough will probably at first be confined to a single country. This being the case, the spreading of the revolution beyond its boundaries will be the task of paramount importance for the young workers' state. This is not just a matter of international duty, but also absolutely vital for the self-preservation of the revolution. Socialism cannot be built in one country. Indeed, a workers' state cannot survive indefinitely in one country. Of course, it is possible to hold out for a period against the weight of international capitalism, just as workers can maintain a factory. 92. Occupation or an uprising in an individual city for a time. But sooner or later, unless the revolution spreads, they will go down to defeat. Either world capitalism, which as long as it exists remains stronger than the isolated workers' state, will crush the revolution by military intervention, or the threat of such intervention, combined with intense economic pressure, will eventually oblige the revolutionary state to compete with capitalism on capitalism's terms. This will mean a competitive struggle to accumulate capital. If the later variant occurs, as it did in Russia at the end of the 1920s, then a new exploitative class will emerge as the agency of capital accumulation, and capitalism will be restored by internal counter-revolution. Overthrowing the whole of capitalism, however, may seem a daunting task. So the question we must ask is whether it is possible. In this, as in all other areas of the class struggle, it is naturally impossible to give any guarantees. But there are a number of factors which permit us to say confidently that it can be done. The international nature of the capitalist economy makes its crises international too. So the crisis lying behind the revolution in one country will already be affecting other countries. The first revolutionary breakthrough, provided it is in one of the larger economies, will greatly deepen this crisis. Revolution in South Africa, for example, will not only have a devastating effect on world gold and diamond markets but also completely transform the situation throughout southern Africa. All the economic power currently used to keep Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and Botswana in subjection will become a factor for revolutionary progress. A Brazilian revolution would have a similar effect on the whole of Latin America. The political impact of the revolution will be even more important as shown by the shockwaves that circled the world after 1917, sparking strikes and uprisings as far apart as Glasgow and Seattle. The very existence of an example of real workers' power and workers' democracy will cause an ideological crisis in the ruling classes both East and West. In the West it will dramatically challenge our rulers' all too successful identification of socialism with tyranny, and in the East it will fatally undermine the Stalinist bureaucracy's claim to represent genuine socialism. At the same time, the revolution will give inspiration to workers' movements everywhere. It will show that the working class can take power into its own hands and thus make the case for revolutionary socialism infinitely easier to argue. Also, many of the divisions and splits in the ranks of the socialist and revolutionary movement will be healed, because there will be concrete proof of the strategy and tactics necessary to achieve victory. All of this will be greatly aided by modern communications. After the Russian Revolution, it was months before even the most involved revolutionaries in other countries had a clear picture of what had happened. After a future revolution, the reality of workers' power will be flashed around the world on TV screens. But of course, the victorious revolution will not just sit back and wait for all this to happen. It will bend every effort to speed the process. This is not a matter of trying to impose revolution by invading other countries. It means that the workers' state will use its authority to appeal to workers worldwide to overthrow their own rulers. It means organizing a revolutionary movement internationally. The new workers' state will form, if one does not already exist, a workers' international, to build, coordinate and unite revolutionary workers' parties in every country. Moreover, once workers' power spreads to several countries, all the factors outlined above will be greatly magnified. An irresistible momentum will build up. In the 1960s, the strategists of U.S. imperialism feared the domino effect of Vietnam and other national liberation struggles. The domino effect of workers' revolutions, with an internationalist outlook, will be far greater. At this point, let us make a leap and assume the victory of the socialist revolution worldwide. It is a huge assumption, but not, as I have tried to show, a utopian one. It is worth considering some of its implications. It will mean that the threat of capitalist counter-revolution will be ended once and for all, and that the threat of nuclear annihilation is lifted from the human race. It will mean that national wars, which have claimed 94. Over 100 million lives this century, will cease. It will mean that the problems of world poverty and underdevelopment can be tackled and overcome in a coordinated way, that people will move freely over the face of the globe, and that the roots of racism will be destroyed. It will mean that international socialism, the harnessing of all the world's resources for the benefit of united humanity, will become a reality. Producing for need, towards abundance. The establishment of a planned socialist economy on an international scale will put an end to the recurring crises of capitalism, which result in the destruction and waste of productive resources through bankruptcies, underinvestment, overproduction, and mass unemployment. It will mean the truly immense scientific, technological, economic and human resources currently devoted to the preparation and waging of war will be redirected to socially useful purposes. When you consider that one modern tank costs more than £1 million, that the Trident missile system costs some £15,000 million, that Reagan's Star Wars would cost upwards of $100 billion, you get some idea of the economic potential that will be released. Socialism will also remove the enormous waste inherent in capitalist production with its duplication of effort, the manufacture of numerous but essentially similar washing powders, cars, radios and so on. It will put an end to the massive sums spent on advertising and production of superfluous luxuries for the rich. The quality and productivity of labor will greatly increase because the producers will for the first time have a direct, vested interest in production and be healthier and vastly better educated. In short, international socialism will bring about a phenomenal development of the productive forces which will rapidly eclipse all that has been achieved in this sphere in the whole of past history. It is this economic advance which will lay the material basis for the transition to a completely classless society. In the first place, it will make it possible to provide adequate food, clothing, and shelter, the necessities of life for everyone on the face of the planet. Never again will any child die of malnutrition or of easily preventable disease. This alone would be more than enough to justify socialism. But in fact it is only the beginning of what socialism will offer. Beyond the achievement of a decent standard of living for all lies the road to abundance and free distribution according to need. This point is fundamental to the Marxist conception of the higher stage of socialism, or communism as Marx called it, and requires further explanation. From the start, the socialist revolution will produce a great equalization in the distribution of goods compared with the massive inequalities built into capitalism. The enormous accumulations of wealth deriving from exploitation and property ownership will be expropriated, and the inflated salaries paid by the ruling class to itself and to a section of the middle class will disappear. The wages of the working class, and especially the low-paid, will be rapidly increased. Nevertheless, at first, because socialism begins with the resources it inherits from capitalism, the supply of goods will remain limited and workers will still work for money wages which in turn they will use to purchase these goods. Progressively, however, socialism will increase the production of an ever wider range of goods to the point where supply exceeds demand. It will then become possible to cease selling these goods and begin distributing them on the basis of need. To illustrate how this can be done, let us take the example of water. In many parts of the world today, water, especially clean water, remains in desperately short supply. But in all the advanced industrialist countries, the problem of water has been overcome even under capitalism. There is more than enough water to go round, so it is simply available to everybody on tap. This does not result in people madly consuming water. Apart from a certain amount of waste which is easily accommodated, people just consume what they need. What capitalism has been able to do for water, socialism with the growth of the productive forces outlined above will be able to do across the board. Housing will be an obvious area to start. We will simply build more houses than there are people to house and allocate them according to need. In order to move, people will either transfer to vacant accommodation or exchange houses instead of buying and selling them. Such an arrangement would not only solve the problem of homelessness but also be infinitely simpler to operate than the present tedious and complex house buying system. 96. It goes without saying that education and health services will be completely free. So too will public transport, which will be massively expanded. As each service becomes free, so the labor of all the various money collectors from estate agents to bus conductors will be put to better use. In time the free distribution principle will spread from water, housing, health, education, and transport to food, clothing, communications, entertainment and so on, until it becomes all-embracing. Buying and selling will fade away. Money seemingly the all-powerful god of capitalist society, but in reality only the means by which the products of human labor are exchanged will steadily lose its usefulness to the point where it can be dispensed with altogether. Thanks to the capitalist indoctrination we all receive from birth, this may seem outlandish. But given the premise that international socialism will unleash the productive forces hitherto confined and restricted by capitalism, there is nothing unrealistic about it. In fact, there is only one serious counter-argument, namely that if everything is free, nobody will bother to work. The transformation of work. Work is central to human life, to the life of the individual and the life of society. It was through work, through productive labor, that the human species first differentiated itself from other animals. It is the experience of work that is the main factor in shaping the personality of each individual. The way in which a society works to produce goods is the foundation of all its social and political relations. Yet under capitalism, work is overwhelmingly a negative experience for the vast majority of people, that is, for the working class. It is destructive of health and destructive of spirit. Work is fragmented to the point where people are required to specialize all their lives in the endless repetition of narrow mechanical tasks. It is exhausting, humiliating and, above all, boring. It produces luxury, leisure, and culture for the capitalists, but stunted personalities and stunted lives for workers. The transformation of work is therefore a central task of the socialist revolution. In the long run, it is the most important task of all. The first steps of the revolution, the nationalization of industry under workers' control, will lay the basis for this transformation by ending the exploitation and pursuit of profits that make work the way it is at present. From the start, the experience of work will be changed by workers' control. It will put a stop to the daily humiliations that workers suffer at the hands of bosses, managers, and supervisors of all kinds. It will make safety at work the first, rather than last, priority, and add enormously to the interest of the job. But at the outset, the actual labor performed, the minding of machines, the digging of coal, the typing of letters and so on, will, of necessity, be roughly as it is under capitalism. As the productive forces develop, however, all this will change completely, a change which will involve three interlinked processes. Firstly, the working week will be systematically reduced. Under capitalism, advances in technology are used to displace workers. We see the combination of millions of workers on overtime and millions on the dole. With socialist planning, the total work required will be shared equally, and every technological advance will lessen the amount of physical work that is needed. This is crucial not only because it will reduce physical hardship, but also because it will free workers to develop educationally and culturally and to take an active part in the general running of society in all its aspects. Secondly, automation will be used to eliminate the most unpleasant and menial jobs. Given that under capitalism it is already possible to put rockets on the Moon or Mars, It takes little imagination to see how a refuse disposal, street and office cleaning, much of housework, mining, and production line work could be automated. Thirdly, the division of labor will be progressively overcome. The division of labor has two main aspects. On the one hand, there is the all-pervasive division between mental and manual labor, between planners and planned, controllers and controlled, which arose with, and coincides with, the division of society into classes of exploiters and exploited. On the other hand, there is the breaking up of the productive process into smaller and smaller tasks totally lacking in skill, interest, or creativity, which is particularly the product of capitalist industrialization. The combination of the three factors outlined above, workers' control, reduced compulsory labor time, and 98. Automation, will eradicate both aspects of the division of labor. Everyone will become both a producer and a planner of production. Everyone will have the time, the energy, and the education to participate in the collective shaping of the environment work, which will require the fusion of artistic, scientific, technical and social knowledge, and which will be a collective, creative process. In these conditions, work will become, in Marx's words, not only a means of life, but life's prime want. It will cease to be a wearisome necessity and become a positive pleasure, a means of individual and collective human expression. Human beings are not naturally lazy. Observe the closest we can get to that mythical being, a natural person, a baby or young child, and you will see they overflow with curiosity, energy, and enthusiasm for learning, for activity and for life. It is capitalism, oppression, and alienated labor that wear people down, demoralize and break them, destroy their energy and convince them that life is best spent with their feet up in front of the TV. Look at the immense effort many working class people put into their hobbies, or into the labor and trade union movement. It is not difficult to see how, when work is for themselves and not for a class of exploiters, and when it is varied and interesting, the time will come when no physical or direct economic compulsion will be necessary to ensure that socially necessary labor is performed. Socialism will bring together, in its higher stages, the habit of performing stimulating and creative work, the planning of production to meet human need, the development of science and technology, and the free distribution of an abundant supply of goods. Once it does, there will be no obstacle to society inscribing on its banners the ultimate socialist principle, from each according to their ability, to each according to their needs. Women's liberation. It has become a commonplace among feminists that a socialist revolution will not automatically liberate women. They are right, of course. For even after the revolution, nothing happens automatically. History is made by human beings, and the struggle to overcome the oppression of women will have to be fought for and won. Nevertheless, the socialist revolution will initiate the process of ending the age-old oppression of women, and the transition to socialism will complete it. The reason for this is simple. Socialism is before all else the self-emancipation of the working class, and the majority of the working class are women. Thus, without the complete emancipation of women, it is impossible to speak of the complete emancipation of the working class, and therefore impossible to speak of socialism. This doesn't make the liberation of women automatic. But it makes the fight for women's liberation a central task in the transition to socialism. Moreover, just as miners' wives who fought in the Great Strike of 1984-5 were transformed by the experience, so working-class women who have made a revolution will never be willing to accept the role of second-class citizens. So how will women's liberation be achieved? First will come a number of legal measures which are very straightforward and can, and will, be taken immediately by the workers' state. These include the abolition of every vestige of legal inequality between men and women, and the outlawing of every form of discrimination against women, the establishment of the right to free contraception and free abortion on demand, the right to immediate divorce on demand, and the right to equal pay and job opportunities. It may be objected that many of these provisions are already in force in capitalist Britain and are ineffectual, the equal pay law being the most obvious example. Here we must remember the changing context. The fact that the workers' state will immediately become the main employer, and eventually the only employer, and that all major institutions in society will be under democratic workers' control will ensure that these laws are translated into practice. Many other social changes will also contribute to and facilitate the liberating of women. There will be anti-sexist teaching in schools, and where sexist teachers remain, they will doubtless be firmly corrected by their students. The transformation in ownership and control of the media will mean that these two become a force for anti-sexism rather than for sexism as at present. Since with the abolition of capitalist competition, advertising in its present form will disappear, so too will the use of exploitative images of women to promote goods. All forms of 100. Violence against women will be seriously combated. However, as important and necessary as all these measures will be, none of them go to the heart of the matter. They deal with the symptoms and effects of women's oppression rather than its source. That source lies in the position of women within the family and the role that the family has played in class-divided society as a whole and in capitalist society in particular. In capitalism today, the raising of children and the care of the present generation is primarily the responsibility of the privatized nuclear family. Within the family, the burden of this work falls mainly on women. The advantages of this arrangement for capitalism are obvious. It gets its labor power produced and refreshed at minimal cost, and it divides and fragments the working class. The disadvantages for women are equally clear. Their access to paid employment is interrupted and restricted, their career prospects are damaged, they tend to be isolated in the home, and to a greater or lesser extent they are economically dependent upon their husbands. This is the root problem that will have to be solved to achieve the permanent and complete liberation of women as part of the transition to socialism. But the family is not an institution which can be abolished overnight by decree. It has to be replaced. What is more, the institutions that replace it have to be better at meeting the real human needs at present served by the family, so that people will adopt them voluntarily. The key task is the efficient and caring socialization of housework and child care. This means creating a comprehensive network of community restaurants serving a variety of cheap good food. It means providing communal laundry and house cleaning services. It means, above all, providing good nursery and creche facilities for every young child and properly organized babysitting services for every parent. Insofar as patterns of communal living are developed, which seems likely, this will considerably assist with all of these problems. It is when this is achieved that child rearing will cease to be a socially disadvantageous burden in any way and become an overwhelmingly positive experience willingly shared equally by men and women. Likewise, who people live with and for how long will be a matter of purely personal choice, unconstricted by economic pressures or by the old religious codes and social conventions which reflect those pressures. Women will at last be free from the subordination they have suffered since the beginning of class society, 6,000 or 7,000 years ago. Clearly, the implementation of such a program will require large economic resources, strong politica will and mass involvement. No capitalist government would attempt it or could achieve it. But that is why it is only through socialism that women will win their liberation. And hand in hand with women's liberation will come gay and lesbian liberation. Naturally, the legal and educational measures undertaken to combat the oppression of women will be applied in this sphere too. But ultimately it will be the transcendence of the bourgeois family and the achievement of real equality for women that will remove the basis of homophobia. A world where the family no longer needs to be defended, and where being a man no longer means being superior to women, will be a world where the gay man and the lesbian woman are no longer perceived by anyone as a threat. The end of racism. Racism is one of the most ugly and pernicious features of capitalist society. Future generations who live under socialism will need to make a considerable leap of imagination to be able to understand it. Not just the great crimes of racism such as the Nazi Holocaust and apartheid, but also its relatively minor manifestations such as the sickening hysteria over the visit to Britain of a couple of thousand Asians. Undoubtedly they will regard such episodes as clear evidence that the society which produced them was fundamentally rotten. For socialism will eradicate racism. By this I do not just mean that socialism will combat racism. It should go without saying that the socialist revolution will wage the most determined war on every form of racism. The workers' state will treat as a most serious offense all racial discrimination, racial harassment, and all expressions of racist ideology. Its schools and media will combine to educate the population in a spirit of militant anti-racism. But I mean much more than this. I mean that the socialist revolution will tear up the very roots of racism so that in time it 102 will become a historical relic as anachronistic, absurd, and irrelevant as the persecution of witches. To see how this will happen, it is necessary first to understand what these roots are. Racism, contrary to theories put forward by people who are in fact apologists for racism, is not a natural or instinctive reaction to outsiders. Nor is it a hangover from primitive superstition based on ignorance. Unlike the oppression of women, it is not even a product of a class-divided society in general. Racism is the quite specific product of the rise and development of the capitalist economic system. It was not a feature of pre-capitalist societies, not even of the ancient slave societies of Greece and Rome. In the latter societies, slaves were both black and white. Although anti-slave ideas were rife, they did not have a racial or skin color connotation. The origin of racism lies in the slave trade, in the practice of forcibly seizing and shipping millions of black Africans to the Americas to work as slaves on the plantations. This trade and the slavery that followed it were undertaken for economic reasons. They were immensely profitable and played a major role in the rise of capitalism. But like all forms of exploitation, they required ideological justification, and this was supplied by racism. The inhuman treatment of millions of people was legitimate by the theory that these people were subhuman. The racism that grew from the slave trade was then further reinforced and boosted by imperialism as a whole. Capitalism, arising first in Western Europe, was driven by its competitive nature to scour the world for markets for its goods, for raw materials, and then for colonies as outlets for investment and sources of cheap labor. This inevitably brought the merchants, missionaries, businessmen. This statement has caused some controversy. It has been argued that the existence of anti-Semitism in the Middle Ages seems to contradict the idea that racism is a product of capitalism. However, as Abram Leon showed in his book The Jewish Question, the anti-Semitism of the period was essentially a religious and not a racial persecution. Jews who converted to Christianity could avoid it. This is not in any way to excuse the horrors that were committed, but to insist that it has to be seen in the same light as the equally horrific persecution of minority Christian sects in the same period. Politicians and soldiers of European capitalism into conflict with the indigenous peoples of the Americas, Asia, and Africa, that is, with the black and colored peoples of the world. Once again justification was needed. What better than the notion that these people were childlike, primitive, and incapable, and that the whole process of robbery and plunder was really for their own good, that it was the white man's burden to lead them slowly to civilization. Racism is not just a legacy of imperialism, however, it is also continually regenerated by contemporary capitalism. For capitalism rests not only on competition between capitalists but also on competition between workers. The structure of the capitalist economy encourages workers to see other workers as rivals for jobs, houses, and so on. It is only through overcoming this competition amongst themselves that workers are able to fight back against the system. Consequently, any ideas such as sexism, nationalism, and above all racism, which set workers against each other and disrupt that unity, are of great advantage to the bosses. Racism also provides the system and its ruling class with an extremely convenient scapegoat for unemployment and all the other social ills capitalism produces. For these reasons, capitalism, openly or discreetly but nonetheless persistently, stokes the fires of racism so that the racist card is always there to be played when needed. None of this is meant to suggest that the problems of racism will be easily solved, still less that it will disappear overnight with the revolution. On the contrary, the roots of racism are very deep. The point is, they are capitalist roots, and the moment capitalism is destroyed they will be deprived of further nourishment and begin to wither. Moreover, the process of revolution will itself deal racism many powerful blows. First, because it is certain that black workers will themselves play a powerful and leading role in the revolution. Second, because unless unity is achieved between decisive sections of the black and white working class, the revolution cannot hope to achieve victory. Third, because a victorious, confident working class that has been through the enlightening experience of revolutionary struggle will feel no need for scapegoats. Building on this firm basis, a socialist society which unites workers as collective owners and controllers of production rather 104 than dividing them, which is able to solve the problems of unemployment, homelessness, and poverty, and which spreads itself through international solidarity rather than imperialist conquest, will steadily eliminate the last vestiges of racism. Learning for the future. The socialist revolution will awaken in the working class and in all the oppressed an enormous thirst for knowledge and education. We know this from past experience, from the Russian Revolution where workers crowded into great stadiums to hear lectures on Greek drama, from the Portuguese Revolution of 1974 when, for a period, Lenin's book The State and Revolution topped the bestsellers list, and from many other examples. Millions of people, over generations, have become convinced that sophisticated knowledge about the world is pointless because there is nothing you can do and things will never change. But suddenly, in a revolution, they find themselves in the saddle. They are called upon to control and direct everything in society. Everything seems possible and they want to know everything. The task of the workers' state will be to create an education system that will foster and develop this desire to learn. This will be the opposite of the present capitalist education system which absorbs eager and curious 5-year-olds and spews them out 11 years later, bitter and cynical. What really devastates and distorts education at present is not just the lack of funding, serious though that is, but the state of war now hidden, now open that exists between teachers and pupils. This in turn derives from the rule of schools under capitalism, which is to reproduce the class structure of society. Schools progressively sift out those destined for middle class and ruling class positions and prepare the rest for exploitation and alienated labor. A system whose structure inevitably condemns the majority to failure cannot possibly retain the enthusiasm and cooperation of its victims no matter how well-meaning individual teachers may be. It can operate only by authoritarian imposition. In contrast, socialist education will be equipping everyone, not just the select few, to take an active, planning and administrative role. Its goal will be the all-round development of the human personality. Schools will be collaborative, NOC competitive. It will no longer be cheating for one student to help. The future socialist society 105. Another. And they will be democratic and not autocratic. The dictatorial rule of the head will give way to the elected school council made up of representatives of the students, staff and the workers' councils. Teachers will be the helpers, in a sense the servants, of their students. Discipline will be collective rather than imposed. Those who imagine this will lead to a breakdown of all order are ignorant of what goes on in most contemporary classrooms and totally underestimate the power of peer group pressure which wins out over detention and the cane any day. As the working week is steadily reduced and the more arduous jobs are increasingly automated, so education will become something that does not cease at 16, 18, or 21. It will continue as a lifelong process, ever more closely linked to the solution of practical tasks and problems thrown up by the new society. What is true of education will also be true of culture generally. Post-revolutionary society will produce a great flowering of the arts by providing artists with a multitude of new and inspiring themes. It will also throw up a new audience for art as a part of the overall awakening of personality that will occur when the working class moves from the wings of society to the center of the stage. Undoubtedly music, painting, poetry, drama, cinema, and the rest will have a role to play both in the revolutionary struggle itself and in the building of socialism. But neither the workers' state nor the Revolutionary Party will attempt to dictate to or control the creative arts. There will be no repetition of the disastrous Stalinist policy of proscribing particular artistic forms or claiming that only one style of art, either so-called socialist realism or any other, has validity. Apart from reserving the right to prohibit direct counter-revolutionary propaganda, the revolutionary government will promote the maximum freedom in this area. Without vigorous criticism, debate, experiment, and the rivalry of different schools, artistic development is impossible. Obviously, it is impossible to predict or lay down in advance the precise nature of the art in future. However, I think it is possible to forecast in general terms a fundamental change in the relationship between art and society. Capitalist society, with its division of mental and manual labor, its fragmentation and alienation, gives rise to a 106. Separation of art and the artist from the mass of people on the one hand, and from productive work on the other. Moreover, both these separations reinforce each other. Art becomes a privileged arena in which the minority express themselves creatively while the majority are condemned to mechanical, non-expressive, non-creative labor. Art, reflecting society's division into classes, divides into high art and low art. The high artist becomes a member of an elite, administering to an elite. Socialism will overcome these separations, not by forcing artists to be popular, nor even simply by raising the cultural level of the majority, though this will happen of course. Rather, socialism will make all work a creative activity, so that every producer becomes in a sense an artist. Likewise, the skills of painting, design, architecture, writing, of all the art forms will become integral elements in the collective work of shaping the human environment. Just as the producer becomes an artist, so the artist will become a producer. From necessity to freedom. The ultimate goal of Marxism, of socialism, and of the struggle of the working class is freedom. The bourgeoisie is, of course, keen to proclaim its commitment to freedom, freedom of speech, of the press, of the individual to do what he or she pleases with his or her money, and so on. They know full well that as long as they control the means of production and therefore the wealth, the media, and the state, these freedoms remain enormously restricted and almost meaningless for the vast majority. They know also that they have the power to limit or indeed trample on such freedoms whenever they find it necessary. In contrast, Marxists recognize that in a society divided into antagonistic classes, founded on exploitation and ruled by capital, there are and can be no absolute freedoms. We expose the sham abstract freedom offered by the bourgeoisie because what we want is real concrete freedom. Freedom from hunger and poverty, freedom from war, from endless toil, from exploitation, from racial and sexual oppressions. These are the real freedoms we fight for. They can be made a reality only by establishing the positive freedom of the working class to run society. However, in the course of achieving this, the working class also paves the way for a freedom of which the bourgeoisie has never dreamt, namely freedom to live without the supervision of the state. It is commonly alleged that Marxists are believers in the state. The opposite is the case. We are opponents of the state. The state by its very nature is an instrument of domination and oppression, a means by which one section of the population forcibly holds down another. States cannot be other than institutions of violence. Essentially, as Engels put it, they consist of bodies of armed men. People bear arms either to kill other people or to force them to do things against their will, that is, to deprive them of their freedom. All this applies to the new workers' state emerging out of the successful revolution just as it does to the capitalist state. There is a difference, of course. The capitalist state is an instrument for maintaining the exploitation of the many by the few. The workers' state will be an instrument of the majority for suppressing the minority of exploiters. Nevertheless, even at its most democratic, the workers' state remains an institution which limits human freedom in various ways. Indeed, even though the workers' state represents and involves the majority of the working class, it not only suppresses the old ruling class but also places certain restrictions on the freedom of the working class itself. The workers' state is a weapon of class war, and waging war means not only attacking the enemy but disciplining your own forces. Just as a picket line is a weapon of struggle against the employers which operates by disciplining backward workers. This is why there can be no talk of complete freedom for all until even the workers' state has been dismantled. And this has always been the ultimate objective of Marxists, repeatedly reaffirmed by Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Trotsky. However, there is no Marxist proposition that has been so consistently dismissed as utopian as that of the withering away of the state. So let us examine the arguments. First, let us be clear that Marxists do not suggest that the state can be dispensed with immediately, but only on the basis of certain preconditions. These have been dealt with earlier in this chapter: the international victory of the socialist revolution and the total defeat of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie, the abolition at the root of all. 108. Exploitation and class divisions, the achievement of material abundance in which goods are distributed according to need. In these circumstances the state will have lost its essential functions. There will be no oppressor class to defend and no oppressed class to hold down. Nor, with world socialism, will there be national interests to assert or foreign interests to combat. What about the role of the state in controlling crime and managing the economy? The skeptic will ask. In a fully socialist society, crime will to all intents and purposes disappear, not because under socialism everyone will become good or morally perfect, but because the motives and opportunity for crime will be removed. Let us illustrate the general case with the example of one of the most common forms of crime, car theft. An advanced socialist society will probably resolve the problem of transport in one of two ways. Either every individual will be supplied with adequate and equal means of transport, or public transport will be raised to the level where personal transport is unnecessary. In either case, the market for stolen cars and the motive for stealing them will both have gone, and what applies to cars will eventually apply to all goods. This leaves the question of crimes against the person: assaults, murders, sexual crimes, and such like. These are already a small proportion of crime, and a non-competitive socialist society which cares equally for all its members will undoubtedly reduce them greatly. What antisocial behavior remains will best be dealt with by collective organizations of local communities. It will not require the state. As for running the economy, it should be said that in the last analysis it is economies that run states, not vice versa. Insofar as state management of the economy has greatly increased in the modern world, this is for two reasons: to try to mitigate the internal contradictions of capitalism, and to organize the forces of national capitalisms in competition with others. With socialism both these requirements will cease. Thus in the socialist society of the future the state will wither away, and this will mark the disappearance of the last vestige of the terrible legacy of class society, and the final completion of humanity's leap from the realm of necessity into the realm of freedom, which is the essence of socialism. Chapter 8. Strategies for Socialism. But we've already got a mass workers' party. The Labour Party is the mass party of the working class. This familiar claim is usually made as part of an argument that Marxists should abandon the attempt to build an independent revolutionary party and join the Labour Party. At first sight it is a claim that seems to have a lot of truth in it. Certainly no other party is in a position to make such a claim, and certainly a large proportion of the working class have regularly voted for it since 1945. It is also the case that the Labour Party was set up by, and has always retained a close relationship with, the trade unions, which undoubtedly are mass working class organizations. These are important facts which should not be lost sight of. They clearly distinguish the Labour Party not only from the Conservative Party, a direct representative of the ruling class, but also from the Liberal Democrats, which have no such organizational connection with the working class. Because of this, when it comes to a choice between Labour and any of these other parties, as at a general election, Marxists will not abstain, but will support Labour. Nevertheless, these facts alone do not at all suffice as the basis for a Marxist analysis of the class character of the Labour Party. It is necessary also to consider the nature of the party's program, its leadership, and above all its actual practice, in order to make an overall assessment of its role in the class struggle. First, the program. The Labour Party does not have a specific document which constitutes its official programme. Its 110 Constitution, of course, contains the famous clause for commitment to the common ownership of the means of production, distribution, and exchange, but this has never been taken seriously, even for inclusion in election manifestos. In general terms, however, and this applies to both its manifestos and the beliefs of the vast majority of its members at all levels, Labour's program is the reform of capitalism through Parliament. For the right wing, the centre, and even the soft left of the party, this means a definite acceptance of the need to keep capitalism going while carrying through reforms. Only sections of the hard left even contemplate the idea of actually trying to abolish capitalism by means of systematic reforms, and they are ever willing to collaborate with and capitulate to the centre and the right. The leadership of the party has lain always with the centre and right. Whenever it has appeared to have been captured by the left, this has invariably proved illusory, as the left has moved rapidly rightwards. In terms of their social position, Labour's leading figures have been at the very least upper middle class and in many cases closely integrated into the ruling class itself. The other dominant force in the party are the top trade union bureaucrats, who supply the bulk of the funds and control the annual conference through the block vote system. They form a distinct and privileged layer standing above the working class. The practice of the Labour Party needs to be considered in terms of its relationship to actual workers' struggles in industry and in the workplace, and in terms of its behaviour in government. Where the former is concerned, its role is minimal. Most strikes it simply ignores, leaving them to the unions, and when a struggle is so important that it has to take some notice, it either supports from the sidelines, or equivocates, or tries to play a mediating role in order to get a settlement. In no way does the Labour Party attempt to offer organised political leadership to the industrial struggle. In government, the Labour Party has repeatedly shown its preference for the priorities and requirements of capitalism over the needs of the working people it claims it represents. Again and again it has attacked strikes, raised unemployment, held down wages through incomes policies and cut spending on health and education. Thus in neither program, nor leadership, nor practice is the Labour Party the party of the working class. Rather it is a capitalist party operating within the working class movement. Its role in the class struggle is to give just enough expression to working class discontent to contain this discontent within the structures of capitalism. It is, together with the trade union bureaucracy, a principal prop and defender of the capitalist order. One further element of the original claim needs to be challenged, namely the idea that Labour is a mass party. In electoral terms it is, and also in its affiliated trade union membership, but this support is overwhelmingly passive. Its individual, real, membership is not above 300,000, and of these not more than about 1 in 10 are active. The party cannot even sustain its own mass circulation newspaper. The conclusion is inescapable. The mass party of the British working class does not yet exist. Can the Labour Party be changed? Could Labour be changed into a socialist party that really represents and fights for the interests of working class people? History suggests otherwise. For 80 years the Labour Party has been sustained by people on the left who were trying to change it. Overwhelmingly the experience has been not of them changing the Labour Party but of the Labour Party changing them. Leader after leader, Ramsay MacDonald, Attlee, Wilson, Foote, Kinnock, have begun on the left and then progressed to the right, and they are only the tip of the iceberg. Beneath them are innumerable lesser figures who have been subject to the same process of gradual political corruption, radical firebrands turned into respectable moderates if not worse. Manny Shinwell, Stafford Cripps, John Strachey, and Barbara Castle are fine examples from the past. Tariq Ali, Peter Hine, Ted Knight, and Ken Livingstone have more recently undergone the treatment. Even determined Marxists with revolutionary origins are not immune to the process. Years and years of trying to change the Labour Party and they become acclimatized to its reformist routine, embroiled in its structures and end up compromising their politics on tough issues such as the Falklands War and Northern Ireland or on the question of a parliamentary road to socialism. 112. However, it is not just past experience that testifies against the possibility of changing the Labour Party, it is also any realistic assessment of the nature of the Labour Party today. First, there is the fact that there is still very little that the party rank and file can do to control the behaviour of Labour MPs and nothing it can do to control the actions of a Labour government. Consequently, any number of left-wing resolutions on nationalising the commanding heights of the economy or unilateral disarmament can be won at Labour conferences without the least guarantee that anything will be done about them. Secondly, there is the role of the trade union leaders. Their position in the Labour Party is crucial because they supply the bulk of party funds and they dominate the conference and all the elections through the block vote system. The power of these trade union bosses will always be used against any real socialist transformation of the Labour Party, because the trade union bureaucracy is itself undemocratic and privileged in relation to the trade union rank and file. Thus, in order thoroughly to democratize and radicalize the Labour Party, it would first be necessary thoroughly to democratize and radicalize the trade unions. Thirdly, the whole structure and organization of the Labour Party reflects the fact that it is essentially an electoral machine, designed to elect Labour MPs rather than advance the interests of the working class in struggle. The basic units of the party are wards and constituency parties, not workplace branches. The bulk of the membership are passive card holders except at election times. The transformation of the Labour Party into a fighting socialist party would involve reshaping it and rebuilding it from top to bottom. The only circumstances in which such a total overhaul of the Labour Party might even be seriously attempted is in the context of mass radicalization of the working class, which in turn can occur only in the midst of mass revolutionary struggles. The mass of workers will come to socialism not through reading papers and listening to speeches but through their experience of great class-wide battles. Such revolutionary situations in which the majority of the working class become activated do not, by their nature, last long. At any rate, not long enough for the laborious process of purging and remaking the Labour Party. Consequently, unless at least the foundations of a revolutionary workers' party have been laid in advance of these decisive battles, the right wing and the reformist leadership will still be able to use that power and influence to secure the defeat of the working class and the return to capitalist normality. One argument remains the negative one, that not to be in the Labour Party is to be isolated from the Labour movement. But this is to confuse the Labour Party and the Labour movement. The basic organizations of the working class are not the Labour Party but the trade unions. So long as socialists make it a point of principle to be active in their workplaces and their unions, they can both be part of the Labour movement and build an independent revolutionary party. In the long run, this is a far more realistic project than pursuing the pipe dream of changing the Labour Party. Couldn't we do without organization? Marxism has always had to compete with rival theories. Its main rivals, apart from straightforward capitalist ideology, have been social democratic reformism and Stalinism. But there has usually been another alternative standing, apparently, to the left of Marxism, namely anarchism. Anarchism clearly is not an important political force in Britain today, but at various times in the history of the revolutionary movement it has exercised some considerable influence. Even now it has definite attractions for the young and rebellious. First, let us be clear that Marxists cannot afford simply to scorn anarchism in the way capitalist common sense does. This is because the ultimate goal of anarchism, a society of real freedom and equality in which there is no longer a state or any form of oppression of people by people, is one that Marxists share. Supporters of the present order dismiss such an aim as absurd. Marxists do not. Our disagreements with anarchism are not over the ultimate aim but over how to achieve it, that is, how society is to be changed. The starting point of this disagreement is a different view of the root cause of exploitation and oppression. To the anarchist, the root cause is power, power in and of itself, power in all its forms, state power, the power of political parties and unions, and 114. Every other kind of authority and leadership. Anarchists believe that it is the existence of this power and authority which creates class divisions and all other kinds of inequality and oppression. Their strategy, therefore, is to denounce and renounce, on principle, all manifestations of power and authority, and above all every kind of state power. To these they counterpose the absolute freedom of the individual and the purely spontaneous rebellion of the masses. Anarchism is thus essentially a moral stance. It lacks any historical analysis of how the things it opposes came about or of why it should be possible to get rid of them now, rather than any time in the past. It simply condemns evil and fights for good. In contrast, Marxism does not regard the state as the fundamental problem. Rather, it explains the emergence of the state as the product of the division of society into antagonistic classes. This in turn is explained as the consequence of a certain stage in the development of the forces of production. The central task therefore is the abolition of class divisions. This can be achieved only through the victory of the working class over the capitalist class. For this the working class requires organization and leadership, and the use of power from the mass picket up to and including the creation of its own workers' state to combat counter-revolution. It is this last point which arouses the particular ire of the anarchists. Here they echo the bourgeois argument, that revolutionary power leads inevitably to tyranny, that Leninism leads inevitably to Stalinism. Yet anarchism has failed to come up with any serious alternative way of dealing with the resistance of the capitalists and their efforts to restore the old order. So far we have been discussing pure anarchism, which has its social base in the radical petty bourgeoisie, which feels alienated from both the power of big capital and the power of the working class. Insofar as anarchism has attempted to gain a base in the working class, it has had to abandon some of its individualist principles and accept the need for collective organization. Thus it has tended to merge with syndicalism, a form of revolutionary trade unionism which rejects participation in bourgeois politics and the role of the Revolutionary Party. It is as anarcho-syndicalism that anarchism has come closest to Marxism, and in the wake of the Russian Revolution, many anarcho-syndicalists were drawn to the Communist International. But anarchism's lack of theory, its abstention from politics, leaves the field to the reformists. Its failure to think through the realities of workers' power disqualify anarchism as a practical guide to the achievement of the revolutionary transformation of society and the emancipation of the working class. So trade unions have a role to play. The relationship between the trade union struggle and the struggle for socialism is not a new question. It has been around since the beginnings of trade union and socialist movements in the early part of the 19th century. It is therefore useful to look back to what Marx himself said about it, especially as it was one of the great weaknesses of the socialists before Marx that they tended to ignore the trade unions. When it is a question, wrote Marx in 1846, of making a precise study of strikes, unions, and other forms in which workers carry out before our eyes their organization as a class, some are seized with real fear and others display a transcendental disdain. The reason for this fear and disdain was that most early socialists came from the middle class and looked to this class to achieve socialism, either through moral persuasion of the ruling class or through secret conspiracies on the model of the French Revolution of 1789. Marx, however, rejected both moral persuasion and secret conspiracies in favor of class struggle by the workers themselves. Consequently, he immediately recognized the crucial importance of trade unions and strikes as the basic way in which workers organized to defend themselves against the employers and built their unity for the future overthrow of capitalism. But Marx also pointed out the limitations of the trade union struggle. The starting point of trade unionism was the attempt to improve the terms on which workers sold their labor power to the bosses, not to overthrow the boss-worker relationship altogether. What was needed therefore was not only trade union organization but also political organization, the creation of a workers' political party which would continually raise within the broader workers' movement the key questions of political power and the ownership of the means of production. Since Marx's day these debates have continued. During the 116 early years of the 20th century, the workers' movement internationally was divided into social democrats and syndicalists. The Social Democrats looked to Parliament to achieve socialism, and recognized strike action only for limited economic purposes. The Syndicalists, reacting against the parliamentarianism of the Social Democrats, rejected the whole idea of political parties in favor of militant trade unionism. Both strategies proved inadequate, particularly in the sharpened conditions of the First World War, and it was left to Lenin and the Bolsheviks to develop the Marxist position of building a revolutionary political party within all the daily struggles of the working class. These different approaches reappeared in relation to the British miners' strike of 1984-5. Labour Party leaders, despite depending on the unions for votes and money, regard political struggle as something to wage through Parliament. They therefore reacted to the strike with embarrassment in case it cost them votes. Various middle-class socialists also turned up their noses at the trade union struggle because it was only about economic issues. But there were hundreds of thousands of workers who supported the strike and even saw that it could politically weaken the Tories but did not see it as part of an overall struggle against capitalism. The Marxist tradition is closest to the last of these in that we were 100% in support of the strike and would do everything we could to help it win. But we also recognized that, while a victory for the miners would also strengthen the struggle for socialism as a whole by defeating the Tories, however great this victory, trade union action alone would not be enough. So within the strike and in the course of solidarity work around it we were simultaneously working to draw workers to revolutionary socialist ideas and to the building of a revolutionary party. What about nationalization? One of the most widespread myths about Marxism is that it is first and foremost a doctrine of nationalization and state ownership. This is a myth that is constantly and deliberately encouraged by the ruling class in order to discredit Marxism. Knowing that people generally resent and fear the state bureaucracy, the ruling class puts it about that Marxists want to expand the power of this bureaucracy till it controls everything like in Eastern Europe. Unfortunately, it is a myth that is also believed and encouraged by many who call themselves Marxists. This is particularly the case with those who used to call countries like Russia and Poland socialist simply on the grounds that their economies were nationalist despite the fact that they had not a shred of workers' democracy. It also applies to those who talk of a labor government introducing socialism by nationalizing the commanding heights of the economy, or the top 200 monopolies as they sometimes put it. In fact, the central idea of Marxism is not nationalization but class struggle, the struggle of the working class for self-emancipation leading to the abolition of class divisions and the withering away of the state. Of course, Marxists support nationalization, but as a means through which the working class can take collective control, not as an end in itself. Our aim, therefore, is nationalization not by the existing capitalist state but by a workers' state and with full workers' control. Without workers' power and workers' control, nationalization is not socialism but state capitalism, a further extension of the concentration of capital into larger and larger units. As Engels put it, the more the state proceeds to the taking over of productive forces, the more does it actually become the national capitalist. The capitalist relation is not done away with. It is rather brought to a head. Clear proof of this is the behavior of the nationalist British Steel, British Rail, and the National Coal Board. Far from being islands of socialism in the capitalist sea, they ruthlessly exploited their workforces for the sake of profit just like any other capitalist industries. Indeed, in the early 1980s they were at the center of the ruling class assault on jobs, wages, and union organization. Some people suggest this is because the nationalist industries were only ever a minority of British industry, most of which always remained in private hands. But in Russia, where the state owns almost all the means of production, workers are still exploited and oppressed, and production still serves the accumulation of capital rather than human needs. It is only in conjunction with workers' power that nationalization signifies a 118. Break with capitalism. Does it follow from this that Marxists should be indifferent to the Tory drive towards privatization? Not at all. In the first place, privatization goes hand in hand with an attack on jobs and working conditions and must be resisted as such. In the second place, it generally involves an attack on the quality of service provided by the industry concerned, which must also be resisted. Institutions like the National Health Service and state education make a real difference to the standard of living of working people. Their defense is a matter of central concern to Marxists. Equally, the demand for nationalization of a company that goes bankrupt can be an important weapon in the struggle to save the jobs of the workforce. However, in all these cases what we are talking about is reforms within capitalism, not measures that overthrow it, or even initiate its overthrow. Marxists are the most determined fighters for reforms because it is through fighting for reforms that workers build their consciousness, confidence, and fighting spirit. But that is no reason to confuse these reforms with socialism, the basis of which is, and can only be, the establishment of workers' power. What we mean by revolutionary leadership. The standard right-wing view of revolution sees it as a conspiracy engineered by malicious revolutionaries with the mass of people playing only the role of passive bystanders. Clearly this is a stupid caricature. But sometimes, especially when the majority of workers are passive, would-be revolutionaries and others on the left can adopt a kind of mirror image of this reactionary view. They see revolutionaries as heroic individuals acting on behalf of the working class to liberate them from above. Carried to its extreme, this sort of thinking leads to terrorism and the kind of actions undertaken by the Italian Red Brigades. It has a long history stretching back to the 19th century French revolutionary Blanqui, who devoted his life to planning insurrections to be carried through by a special selected elite. The Marxist view is very different. As Trotsky put it, the most indubitable feature of a revolution is the direct interference of the masses in historic events. A revolution is first of all the forcible entrance of the masses into the realm of rulership over their own destiny. This principle is confirmed by all the experience of workers' revolutions in the past century and a half. From the Paris Commune of 1871 to the Russian Revolution of 1917, and more recently the May events in France 1968 and the Solidarity movement in Poland, every major confrontation between workers and the existing order has begun spontaneously, not at the summons or behest of a revolutionary organization. This in no way invalidates the role of revolutionary leadership. Revolutions may begin spontaneously, but they do not end that way. Either in the course of the revolutionary upheaval a revolutionary party is able to win the leadership of the masses, then organize and centralize them for the seizure of power, or the revolution will eventually be stifled and defeated. Nevertheless, the role of the party is to guide the revolution to victory, not to manufacture it. The role of revolutionaries is to lead the masses, not to substitute for them. All of this may seem obvious in the abstract when we are talking about a full-scale revolution. No one is going to argue that the Socialist Workers' Party can overthrow the Tory government by mounting a surprise attack on Downing Street. But it also applies to the thousands of partial economic and political struggles that occur in non-revolutionary and pre-revolutionary situations. Here the principle can be harder to grasp. Take the case of a small local strike which socialists in the area have been actively supporting, visiting the picket line, collecting money, and so on. After a few weeks the strike runs into difficulties and the picket line dwindles. Here there can be a strong temptation for socialist supporters to substitute themselves for the workers on the picket line rather than arguing for a strategy that can re-involve them. Another example is Ireland. British rule in Northern Ireland has been and remains brutal and oppressive, and socialists have a duty to say so loud and clear. But the fact is that for the past 15 years there has been no mass campaign in Britain on the Irish question. Some very small revolutionary groups see this as the fault of somewhat larger revolutionary groups. In reality, neither the SWP nor any other left organization could create such a campaign by sheer willpower in the total absence of a mood of solidarity among at least a section of the working 120 class. Finally, there is the case of a battle such as that of the printers at Fortress Wapping, where workers fought for their jobs against pre-planned mass strike breaking, organized by the employer and heavily defended by the forces of the state, the police. From the outset it was obvious to revolutionary socialists that the first step towards winning this vital dispute was a series of militant mass pickets. At the same time it was no less obvious that the trade union leaders were not prepared to organize such pickets, indeed actively opposed them. In such a situation the substitutionist temptation is there again. Perhaps what the printers aren't doing we should do for them. Perhaps if every socialist worker supporter could be assembled at Wapping every Saturday night that would do the trick. Actually this is neither practicable nor desirable, as it would not solve the basic problem in the dispute. The task would remain of mobilizing the mass of print workers and not just those directly involved and then other trade unionists in their support. Does this mean revolutionary socialists do nothing? No, it means continuing to support the pickets, and outlining to the workers involved an alternative strategy to that of the union leaders. Revolutionary leadership is an art which involves the concrete assessment of every concrete situation. There are no universally valid rules. But in general we can say this: it is not a matter of revolutionaries leading themselves, but of drawing into action workers who are not yet revolutionaries. This means neither tail-ending the working class nor being so far ahead of it as to be out of sight. Many campaigns only one war. The list of injustices in our society is endless: poverty, racism, the bomb, homelessness, cuts in health and education, the plight of old age pensioners, the treatment of the disabled, police brutality, the oppression of women and gays, repression in Ireland, attacks on the unions, unemployment. One of the crucial differences between liberals or reformists, on the one hand, and Marxists on the other, is that the former tend to regard each issue as an isolated problem capable of being solved on its own, whereas the latter view all of them as having a common root in the economic structure of capitalism. For the liberals, the way to tackle these issues is largely a matter of changing attitudes, of the enlightened themselves persuading the unenlightened, of influencing the powerful directly, or else of mobilizing public opinion which in turn will influence the powerful. For Marxists it is first of all a matter of mobilizing the power of the oppressed themselves to win concessions from the system through struggle and, in the process, developing and harnessing that power to overthrow the system completely. To illustrate and evaluate these different approaches, let's take two examples. First, the treatment of old age pensioners. Everyone knows the majority of old age pensioners are treated miserably. After a lifetime working for the system, they are rewarded with a pittance barely enough for survival. The old make up the largest single group within the 15 million people in Britain who are on the poverty line. Almost everyone would like to see pensioners treated better. Most politicians feel obliged to pay lip service to the pensioners. In an opinion poll, I would guess, 90% or at least would favor higher pensions. No one, as far as I know, actually opposes or attacks the pensioners. And yet, despite this immense support, their desperate situation remains unchanged. Why? First, because our society subordinates everything to the accumulation of capital, and from the point of view of capital, pensioners are useless, indeed, worse than useless. Consequently, in the queue for rewards, pensioners will always come light years behind the royal family, the armed forces, the police, Lord Mayor's banquets and innumerable other vicious or useless obscenities, all of which do contribute in their way to maintaining the rule of capital. Second, because as old age pensioners they lack the collective bargaining power to force an improvement in their lot. This latter condition will remain until organized workers use their industrial strength to fight not only for themselves, but for pensioners too. The first condition will remain until production for profit is replaced by production for need. Another example is the oppression of women. Sexist attitudes are, of course, still widespread and deeply rooted. Nonetheless, in terms of attitudes, the past 15 years have seen an extraordinary transformation. At the level of ideas, the 122 women's movement has been an amazing success. There have been two major pieces of legislation, the Equal Pay Act and the Sex Discrimination Act, in force now for more than a decade. Yet the actual conditions of most women have worsened rather than improved. The earnings gap between men and women has widened, and childcare and housework remain overwhelmingly the responsibility of women. Again we must ask why, and again the answer brings us back to the requirements of capitalism. For capital, women remain a source of cheap labor that it will not, and cannot, afford to pass up. For capital, the family structure, which oppresses women, remains an exceedingly convenient arrangement for the reproduction of labor power and maintenance of social control. Only the overthrow of capitalism will create the real conditions for women's liberation. Both these examples point to the same conclusion. Oppression takes many forms, and each form of oppression generates its own struggle for reform. Marxists support these many struggles, but they don't lose sight of the fact that the different oppressians have a common source in the capitalist mode of production. The many struggles are not isolated campaigns, but different aspects of a single war, the war of the working class to overthrow capitalism. Why we need a revolutionary party. Capitalism is in a state of deep economic crisis, and the capitalist class always reacts to economic crisis in the same way: it attacks the working class. This has been the fundamental reality behind government policy in Britain for the past 15 years or more, whether the government has been Tory or Labour. It is going to continue to be the fundamental reality facing the working class for the foreseeable future, no matter who wins the next election or the election after that. Because the capitalist crisis is worldwide, it is true for workers everywhere. High unemployment in the USA, food queues in the Eastern Bloc, starvation in the Third World, all are manifestations of the way the world's ruling classes are making workers pay for the crisis. Time and again the ruling class will return to the offensive, striving to weaken union organization, drive down wages, cut social services, slash jobs, and undermine workers' rights. All with the basic aim of reducing the share of Strategies for Socialism 123. The national income going to the working class and increasing the share going to profits. In this way they will eventually provoke a massive and general confrontation between capital and labor. We cannot tell when this will happen, but we can be sure that sooner or later it will. The question facing the working class, and in particular its politically aware sections, in other words socialists, is how best to prepare for this confrontation so that the working class wins it. Marxism provides an answer to this question. It is that we should build a revolutionary party. This is neither easy nor fashionable. It means accepting being a small minority within the class as a whole, and it involves much hard work and numerous difficulties. Nevertheless, it is essential, for the simple reason that without revolutionary leadership the working class is bound to be defeated in a decisive conflict. The enemy we face, the ruling class, is highly organized and centralist. This applies to each company, where you can be sure that all the managers of BL, ICI, and the British Coal will follow a single coordinated strategy, and it applies to each capitalist state, whether east or west. Obviously, the army and the police are highly disciplined and act according to a centralist plan. To defeat such an opponent, the working class must also be centralist. It must be able to link its action in Glasgow, Edinburgh, and Aberdeen with its action in Liverpool, Birmingham, and London. It must be able to pursue the same strategy among miners, dockers, engineering workers, teachers, and civil servants. Such coordination can only be supplied by an organization which unites the workers leading the struggles in all these localities and workplaces. At first glance, the obvious candidates for this role are the trade unions and the Labour Party, with their already established mass memberships. However, it is a task they are completely incapable of performing. They cannot coordinate the struggle effectively because at bottom they do not even want to wage it. Both the trade union leaders, whose main concern is to preserve their balancing role between workers and employers, and the parliamentarians, whose main concern is to win votes, fear an all-out struggle by the rank and file even more than they fear defeat by the ruling class. At the crucial moment they will inevitably betray. 124. This makes the building of a revolutionary party doubly urgent. Unless a credible alternative, with a substantial base in the working class, is built in advance of the general confrontation, the majority of workers will continue to follow their existing leaders, who will lead them to catastrophe as they did in the general strike of 1926 or in Chile in 1973. A revolutionary party differs from a reformist party not only in aims and ideas, but also in the nature of its membership, organization, and mode of operation. A reformist party is essentially an electoral machine. Its membership is usually large but passive. Its main jobs are fundraising and canvassing. This requires neither political education, nor discipline, nor democracy, for no serious action by the party membership is even contemplated. It leads necessarily to the domination of the party by its parliamentarians and its bureaucracy. A revolutionary party, however, is a combat party. Its membership is smaller but active. Its job is to fight for its political analysis and strategy in all the struggles of the working class, and in so doing win the leadership of the class at rank and file level. This requires a high political level, unity in action and real democracy, for the party's politics have to be carried in practice by the members. Only a party built on these lines can lead the working class in an all-out conflict with the system. Only the working class, informed and strengthened through the leadership of such a party, can make a socialist revolution and create a socialist society.